Jen, CJ, what's going on? Welcome back home, you guys. It's good to see you. You got a new phone, Gail. That is excellent. So before we get up and running and everything, let me give you guys a quick disclaimer. We do talk about mental health, and sometimes the subjects of conversation can get a little bit heavy here. We are a community of uplifting positivity, and we want to help people where they're at by supporting them as equals. And that being said, not a single one of us here are licensed clinicians, no therapists, no psychiatrists, no one able to give diagnoses or anything like that here. And also, if you are facing a mental health crisis, I want you guys to know that you're not alone, and we're here to walk by your side where we can. But if you feel like there's a real emergency, please check out the Mental Health Matters panel down below the video player on our channel. We have some resources there for you so that you can check out some warm lines, some hotlines, and some support lines to get the help that you need. And there's actually a really cool text-based line there that you don't even have to get on the phone or anything. If you just want to send a text message, you can get some support that way too, which is pretty awesome. Definitely check it out. Gail, I'm glad to hear that you found your TV remote, buddy. Here, give me a second here. I'm gonna fix this camera thing up because I don't know what the heck it wants to do. Up. There we go. We should be in business now, right? No? Still no? It's gonna do the thing, and there? Did that work? It's close. It's probably because we still have some natural daylight outside, so I think some of my settings are a little bit off, but whatever, this will work. This will work for right now. So how's everybody doing today? Happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good weekend so far. We're doing pretty good on our side. I did some sleeping in today, and oh boy, that was really nice. Still, I feel a little, I don't know, if anybody out there feels this way, please feel free to chime in. But I feel guilty sometimes when I sleep in, and that's a little strange to me because I think that, it's good to get rest and relaxation in when you can. So it's kind of lame to think that, some guilt kind of comes along with it every once in a while. But does anybody else feel that way whenever they sleep in? Can't just be me, right? Nevertheless, I still let myself sleep in today because I think that was the right thing to do, and that's what I needed. So. Hey, what's going on, Reggie? Welcome back home, bud. How are you doing today? Here we go. We got our first answer to the question of the day today, and it's Omega Gale. And Omega Gale is telling us that if they could go back 5 years, they would go back and tell themselves to keep their heads up and don't dwindle on the ones you've lost because it isn't your fault. There wasn't anything you could do, but focus on those you still have. That's good advice. That's good advice, and it sounds like it comes from a place of having experienced loss and maybe handled it in an unhealthy way in the past. Is that right, Gail? I think that is excellent advice to give yourself. I think it's one of those things too that we don't know how to handle those things until we go through them. And it doesn't matter what people tell us. Like, it's just kind of, we have to go through it and experience what it's like before we kind of understand that we can't take responsibility for everything that happens. And it's hard. It's hard when it comes up to, or not comes up to, but when it comes to losing people, or sometimes things, but usually people, where we really feel the weight of that. I think that it's really hard for us not to blame ourselves. We like to think that there was something we could have done differently. There was something that we could have fixed or done to prevent this thing from happening, and we sort of torture ourselves after the fact, which is a bummer. I think that depending on what kind of loss we're talking about here too. I mean, sometimes there's death, sometimes it's just people walk out of our lives, or we've pushed people away or something like that. But I think what applies to all of those is that we tend to really just hold on to the fact that it happened and that we didn't want it to happen, and we tend to blame ourselves for stuff like that, and it sucks. But Yeah, great advice, Gail. I'm sorry to hear that you lost 12 friends back then. Good gosh. That's tough. Around the same month, it all happened when I was in school, says Gail, where I couldn't have talked to them and tried to save them. They were just pushed to it. Are we talking like these friends of yours, like they lost their life? That's a lot of people, my friend. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's terrible. Good evening, girl. Welcome in. It's good to see you today. Welcome back home. Good evening, girls. Answer the question of the day today is pretty simple. Get your transition started sooner rather than later. Huh, interesting. Can you help me understand what you mean by that? Well, what do you mean by get your transition started sooner rather than later? Also, give me 1 second here. If that helps. Oh man, that makes a huge difference. There we go. I had too much light coming in. All right. Reggie fell asleep early because I think months of exhaustion finally caught up and hit me like a bus. They will, dude. They will. You got to give yourself time to relax. Need the time to rest and recuperate. When we sleep, we heal. It's important to make sure that we allow ourselves to sleep. Welcome, Lost. How are you doing, man? Good to see you tonight. Happy Saturday. What's up, Backwards Mirrors? Welcome back home. Good to see you too. How are y'all doing? Last answer to the question of the day is to place bets and invest money on things I know will pay off. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that one's so funny to me. What else can I say? I need money to improve my life today. Oh man. It's funny because those are one of those things that's like, I feel like a lot of people would have an answer like that. Just, it catches me by surprise every time I hear about it. And then when I read something like that or see something like that, I'm like, oh yeah, of course, you know? But, but I mean, in the context of your life, I know you've got so much that's relying on capital right now. Like literally everything that you're doing with the houses is reliant on how much money you can put into it. So I totally get it. I totally get it. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, Gail. That's really rough, my friend. Hate to hear stuff like that, man. It sucks. I had some friends that you know, unfortunately they took their lives too whenever it wasn't in high school. It was after high school. But I knew them really, really closely when I was in high school. And you know, we were all really good friends. One of which I was good friends with in middle school. We kind of disconnected in high school, actually. And the other one, I was really good friends in high school. And then we disconnected like after I left school. So that was kind of rough because like the first time I'd heard from them or heard about them in a few years was sort of like hearing about what happened to them. And that hit kind of weird. That was tough. I don't know, man. I think that whenever we lose people that like we're close with, it's really difficult to figure out how to navigate those events, right? And I think one of the things that makes navigating those events difficult is just that we don't really consider people that are in our lives to like just not be there anymore most of the time. Like I don't think that we're always thinking about that, unless of course we're like afraid of it happening, and then I guess it does cross our minds. But for the most part, like I think it's pretty natural for a lot of us to understand that like, oh, we have these people in our lives and they're just there. That's just part of the world and reality, you know, so they're always going to be there. And so it's like, it's not just like loss whenever we lose somebody. It's not just like, oh, we lost like our pin, you know, we have to go buy a new pin. Stuff like that, of course, we figure will come in and out of our lives, but people tend to have this like permanent place in our minds a lot of times. And so it's almost like when we go through loss, it's like an unfathomable thing that happens that kind of changes the way that we see the world that we live in. And it's really weird to experience. I mean, I keep saying weird. There's probably better words for it, but it is just a very strange sensation and experience and feeling to go through. And I don't know how to quantify it better than just and just weird, because there's just so many things that you don't experience unless something like that is happening. So, you know, it's understandable that it would be very difficult to work through. And so, you know, obviously people here like Omega Gale have managed to work through it. And I've managed to work through it. And I'm sure several other folks here that have gone through something like that have worked through it too. So, you know, if anybody cares to, Gale, yourself included, like, how did you work through that? You know, you're able to answer this question and be like, I will give myself this advice. How did you come to a point of being able to understand what you know now to give a 5 years younger self that piece of advice that you shared? Am I only allowed to say one, or can I say more than one? You could say more than one, but let's start with one for now. Dudes, London has been a total disaster. Mirrors, no. Why? What's going on in London right now? Gooding Girl said, I didn't start my gender transition until way later than I would have liked, and I ended up going through the entirely wrong puberty, and it was far from fun. Giant hoodies can only go so far. Oh, I understand. Okay, I see what you mean now. Thank you for clarifying. So on that too, I mean, like, so transitioning earlier in a child's life is kind of a controversial topic whenever I bring it up with a lot of folks. And I love to talk about it because I think that there's a lot of different perspectives on this one. So, you know, what are your thoughts on like transitioning early in one's life, as far as what do you think is a healthy way to go about that? And did you personally know that you were like, oh, I am the wrong gender, like at this point in my life? Like, at what point in your life did you realize that? Because I feel like this is something that I can only understand from an outside perspective, because I didn't go through anything like that. And I've talked to several people who have, but it's different, you know? So I would love to understand a little bit better. What's up, Siliath? Welcome back, my friend. How are you doing today? Happy Saturday. Gail says, I have a whole story of what happened and how it happened with those friends of mine. I'm fine with talking about it now if you'd like to know. Absolutely. If you're okay and comfortable talking about it, and it would do you some good to share it, I encourage you to share your story. I know it's a tough one, but I'm more than happy to hear you out and understand a little bit about where you've come from and what you've been through. Plus, I think it helps everybody else too, because everybody else is going to get to learn a little bit. And, you know, just understand that somebody has gone through these things and what that might have looked like for them. So yeah, if you're okay with sharing it, feel free to. Reggie, I know, it's a big one. It's a big one. There's a ton of stuff that we go through in our lives that we learn, and we're like, man, I'm glad I know this now. Wish I knew it before. And then we move on to the next thing, and then we hit another one, you know? Take your time with it. If there was only one major one that you could tell yourself, though, you know, what would that be? And again, we can go and explore some more later down the road, but I kind of want to hear what everyone's like first thoughts are with this one. Mirrors is talking about their experience in London, because they just moved to London. And they say, the university is jerking us around, sending us in circles between the bank and a rental agency. So we've been stuck hemorrhaging money, jumping from hotel to hotel. And like, I just want to go home. Wow, dude, that sucks. So, okay, help us understand a little bit. What was it supposed to be like when you moved out there? Like, what was the plan? What was it supposed to look like? And, like, what happened that the university started, like, jerking you guys around? Because it sounds like they were supposed to set you up with, like, housing and stuff like that. Man, that's tough. You know, big life changes and big moves, big decisions that are like gonna uproot where your life is, that always comes with risk, and it's always gonna be a challenge. So, you know, when we hear about stuff like this, it's kind of scary. We're like, oh my gosh, like, maybe I shouldn't have done this when we're in the middle of it. But if I could offer some hope, you know, it's always hard. to make a big decision like that, and there's always some unforeseen things that come up that you're just like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening whenever it starts. But it's temporary, it doesn't last. Like, you figure out a way to work through it, and then after you make the best of it, you end up in a new position in your life with a completely new experience that is really valuable to you, that you have only because you made that decision. So, you know, if there's anything I could say as far as that mirrors, I'd like to encourage you, just keep trying. And it sucks right now, but this is all going to pay off in the end in one way or another, even if it's not in the way that you like initially expected. But damn, that doesn't stop it from sucking right now, man. I feel for you. Mirrors said, the idea was that the university was supposed to give us a right to rent through my fiance's student visa. But instead, they decided to hold that information until November 10th. So, okay, you were supposed to be able to rent through your fiance's student visa. So their visa was supposed to allow you guys to rent property out there. I'm assuming, you know, we're talking about like, normally you'd require citizenship to rent a property out there, right? So the visa was supposed to allow you to do that. But now you're saying instead they decided to hold that information until November 10th. Is that to say that like you don't have access to that visa until November 10th? So without that right to rent, we can't get an apartment. And with no apartment, we can't get a bank account. And with no bank account, we can't get the apartment. So what, you weren't able to get a bank account like from the States and then use that bank account as something that would allow you to what you call it? Actually, I guess you're saying, I'm going in a different order than the chain that you just explained. That you said you needed an apartment to get a bank account, but why would you need an apartment to get a bank account if you could have a bank account here beforehand? Or is that something that you can't use offshore? I feel like people have access to their bank accounts even whenever they're international. Am I wrong about that? Gail, I didn't see anything from you in chat, so if it's too long, then you're gonna need to break it into parts. To rent in the UK, you need a UK bank account. Holy smokes, wait a minute. What just happened here? Wait. Did I just get smushed? Are you guys seeing that? Nope, that must have just been on my end. Okay, good. That was super strange. I just got compressed on my screen like this. I was a very smushed boy. Oh man. Silayat said, people often bring up the fact that more kids are coming out as trans these days and that it must be indoctrination. But my theory is that is simply that kids and everyone else feel less at risk of discrimination and violence. Yeah, I think you have some good thoughts there, Andy. And I think that, you know, it's one of several factors, because there's a couple things that come to my mind, and it kind of reminds me of like when everyone was coming out as like homosexual, bisexual, you know, and then the whole like LGBTQ movement exploded more, and there became like a lot more different things as far as like, you know, now people are talking about pronouns, people start talking about the different types of sexualities, like pansexual, and we got things like cisgenders and stuff like that to kind of identify as people who stand with like their biological and legally given sex and gender at birth. I think that's what cis is, right? Which, you know, all these things kind of happened after it became more and more acceptable for people to talk about these things and to come out. And that started happening after people started coming out more. And I remember it was like the same kind of conversation was happening, like what you're talking about, where people were like, oh, indoctrination is just like a trend, you know? People are just doing it because other people are doing it. And I think that they're not like completely wrong, people were saying that, but it's not for the reasons that they're saying it, you know? It's like, when you see somebody do something that you haven't felt like you had the courage to do, it gives you more courage to do that. And so then you're inspired to also like be true to yourself. That person's being honest with themselves. They're putting themselves out there and doing something that was pretty scary. That's amazing. I want to do the same thing. It's not necessarily just like for attention or to like jump on the bandwagon, so to speak. It is happening because other people are doing it, but it's happening because it's inspiring people who feel the same way as they do. And so, yeah, I think you're right in that right now, younger and younger people sort of coming out as trans and trying to go through this process earlier is happening because they see other people doing it and they realize that like this is an okay thing to do or to try to navigate if I feel that way as well. And I think it's important to recognize that as a factor. And I also think that because people are seeing it happen, it's also inspiring younger people to ask the question earlier, like, oh, who am I? How do I feel about myself? What do I think of myself? What is my identity? When a lot of times those kinds of questions maybe wouldn't have come until much later in their life, but because they're seeing it earlier, they're exposed to that outcome and possibility earlier, and they're able to think about it earlier. So, yeah. Feeling less at risk of discrimination and violence is, I think, definitely part of it. But I think it's one piece in the puzzle. You know, sometimes I think it's just that it exists and people realize that it exists, and so it kind of inspires them to think about themselves differently. Because I remember when I was younger, you know, my parents or my mom was pretty open-minded, so like I was aware of these things, but I knew a lot of people who like didn't even understand that like, oh, you could like the same sex, you know, like you could be attracted to the same sex unless they themselves experienced it. And so if they ever heard about it, they were like real quick to reject it because it was like, well, that can't be, right? But that rejection, I think, came from a sense of not understanding that it existed, you know? And some of those folks, you know, as they got older and we went through like later years in high school and stuff like that, they kind of realized that some of them like, oh yeah, they felt that way too. And that started sort of happening, I noticed, like after they saw people around them coming out, and they were like, oh, like that's a thing, that's real, you know, started exploring themselves a little bit more. So yeah, it's pretty neat to think about. But it's really interesting to think about like the parallels between, you know, what's going on with transitioning and what was going on with coming out as like, you know, gay or bisexual like 15 years ago, I guess now. It's already been a long time. I mean, it's not that long, but I'm 29. It's interesting to think about it being that far back that I started noticing some of that stuff. Anyway, let me catch up on chat a little bit. I know I'm a bit behind here. So, Gooding Girl says, I think it's a case-by-case basis in terms of, we're talking about transitioning at an early age. They continue on to say, I think it depends on how early you realize and how mentally capable a person is. Personally, I've known since I was around 9, where it struck me like a ton of bricks while I was getting changed after a PE lesson. And later that day, I tried on some girl clothes for the first time. It was nice being able to dress as dress as a fork? Is that a term I don't understand? 'Cause I haven't heard that one. Or did you mean to say like as a girl? Sorry if I'm being ignorant. But fairly early on, but my parents weren't willing to get me started on estrogen when my doctor suggested that they should. I see. So your doctor actually suggested that you should earlier on? So does that mean that you were open with your doctor and talking to them about that pretty early too then? Was it around when you were still 9, or, you know, did some time pass between then? Gooding Girl continues on to say, so as I said, I was stuck in male puberty until I was 14, where we finally started my transition after 5 years of presenting as female. Oh man. So you're going through male puberty, and during that time, you're also presenting as female. That had to have been like traumatizing. Like if I'm thinking about going through something like that, it feels like it would be traumatic because you're at odds with your biology and your mental image constantly, which feels like a nightmare. Like, I'd imagine that would feel like a nightmare. When I'm imagining it in my head, it seems like, God, just, I don't know if torture is the right word, but it feels like it would be torturous. It's like looking in the mirror and not liking what you see, not just because of like self-esteem or like self-image issues, but literally because like that is not who you see in your mental like image of yourself. It feels like you're an imposter. And anytime in my life where I felt like I'm an imposter of myself, because imposter syndrome is definitely a thing, it has driven me kind of bananas. You know, I've felt terrible, and it's been a really difficult thing to work through. So I imagine that this is why I sympathize so much with people who are going through a transition and they're dealing with a lot of like pushback from their peers, because I think that like it's already a difficult enough thing to kind of go through on your own, and other people around you trying to tell you what's right or wrong when they're not you and they don't know you it doesn't make it easier necessarily. I guess depending on how they're doing it. Like if they're trying to really support you and be there for you and just to kind of understand what you're going through and how you're feeling, like what you really want, then that's one thing. When you got people who are just like, you know, they have this like really rigid viewpoint of how they think things should be, and they're just trying to get you to adhere to that. I feel like that's just, that's gotta be so upsetting. And I've talked to a few of you folks here, actually pretty earlier in your lives when you're going through something like that, and I know that it creates a lot of fear from what you've told me, and it might put you in situations where maybe you have these moments of bravery where you start like to go down the path, but then something happens in your social life that kind of makes you take a step back and be like, you doubt yourself again. Maybe this isn't what I need to do. Maybe this isn't how I really feel. And then you come to a point later on where you're like, no, it is. It was. I was just listening to other people too much. And then you kind of like, I don't know. I had someone tell me a story like that recently, and they told me that they felt like down on themselves, kind of like regretted that they've taken so long to really go through with this process. And the way that they talked to me about it was, you know, they kind of went through what I just explained, where there was a lot of like pressure from outside sources who didn't know them like they knew themselves, and it made them like second guess themselves a lot. And so I think that when that happens, it's like, I wouldn't have blamed the person, you know? Like I'd want them to be kind to themselves, because it's understandable why they were going back and forth for so long. I think that as long as you get to the outcome that you desire, and you get to the point where you're really acting on your truth and your honest feelings, then that's what matters, because so many people go through their lives without ever being able to do that. And that would be the part that I would recommend to focus on. And again, I say this as someone who hasn't gone through that specific kind of transition themselves. But, you know, we all go through transformation in our life. And I think that if you've gone through any sort of transformation, you kind of can understand a little bit of what that part of the experience is like. And as far as like the feeling of, man, I wish I would have just done this thing, you know, back then, whenever I felt that way. I wish I wouldn't have like spent so much time going back and forth on this. Just gotta be kind to ourselves when we run into those situations, because we just do the best we can do, you know? Thank you for sharing, Gooding Girl. I really appreciate that. Thanks for letting us understand a little bit more about your experience and getting to hold this conversation. Cis just means same, so you're correct. Okay, yeah. So we would say that you're a cisgender man. Right, okay. I can't tell you how long it took me to understand what the hell that meant. It's a little embarrassing because it's very simple. But I didn't get it at first, you know? It threw me off. What's up, Panda? Welcome back home. It's good to see you. Garrett, welcome back. It's good to see you too. Happy Saturday. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I mean, just from a biological standpoint, I feel like transitioning before puberty would make the whole process so much easier. There's less biology to put up resistance for one thing, but then also I feel like it mitigates a lot of psychological trauma. Again, anybody just coming in right now, I'm not giving recommendations or medical advice or anything like that. Just offering my opinion and thoughts on the matter, based on what I've seen. And yeah, so I can understand that, like, Goating Girl was saying earlier that if they could give themselves a piece of advice 5 years before, it would be to start the transition process earlier, and they're a trans person. So that's kind of what sparked this conversation while we're talking about it. And, you know, we actually had a couple members of the community about 4 years ago, I want to say, who they were going through transitions at a very early age, actually. I believe it was like 11 or 12, and they were talking to us about it, which I had never been exposed to before. And I remember, like, trying to learn a lot through them because I didn't understand what that could look like because I had never been around it before. And I had to work past, like, initial reservations because there was, like, a lot of things in my mind that thought, like, oh my gosh, like there was so much whenever I was 11 years old that I didn't know about myself. And the thought of, like, making a big decision on my like identity and doing something that might be irreversible would be, like, really, really scary in my mind. And so I think that's where a lot of people get stuck, is on that feeling right there. And because they were talking to us about what they were going through during that time in their life and sharing with us here on The Fence, I got to kind of work past that and understand that, like, there's a lot more going on than just that. And people, like, we have to give young people a lot more credit for understanding who they are. Because yes, there's going to be a lot of change and growth and adaptation that's going to happen in a young person's life as they get older, but that doesn't mean they don't know themselves. That doesn't mean they're incapable of knowing themselves. And I think that a lot of adults have this perception that because they changed so much as they grew up, that kids don't know themselves. And I just don't think that that's true at all. I think that no matter how old you are, no one knows yourself better than yourself. And the thing that changes as we get older is our ability to express what we know grows. Our ability to understand what we know evolves. But, like, the feelings, the emotional experience, I feel like that is absolutely something that we really, really know. And this is that, in my opinion. Like, you feel your identity, you know what I mean? It's not something that's just like, you're like, oh, that's my identity because I learned about it in school, you know, or I read it in a book somewhere. Like, this is my identity because this is what I feel. This is what I feel like. And no one else can really tell you how you feel other than yourself. So, yeah, it's been really neat to kind of, I don't want to say live vicariously through y'all, but to learn vicariously through your experiences. So again, kind of what we're all about here. Thank you, everyone who comes in and shares your story and lets us be a part of your life a little bit and helps us understand, like, what it's like for you. So, we had a couple questions of the day of responses that came in earlier. So one of them was, Reggie said that I would tell myself that I don't owe anyone anything. If they don't want to play nice with me, then I shouldn't be so emotionally upset. And if they show their true colors and how they really see me, because this is something I still struggle with, but I've gotten better about. Okay, so yeah, you're saying that, yeah, you would like to tell yourself 5 years ago that you don't owe anyone anything, and that if they don't want to, you know, be your friend or be kind to you, that you shouldn't be so emotionally upset if they show their true colors after they've been pretending for so long. Is that sort of thing? Yeah. So this is a tough one too for a lot of us, because I think that most of us want to be liked, you know, especially when we're growing up. Like, the younger we are, the more we want to be liked, I think, because, like, that's kind of like, let me collect my thoughts a minute. The way we fit in with others when we're really young is sort of where we find our place in the world. It's how we start to understand and develop our identities and our worth. And I think that rejection hurts a lot more at younger ages. And so we have a tendency to try to people please because of that, try to give into peer pressure and stuff. And when we learn that, the only person we have to be true to the most is ourselves, and that most people are not able to do that very well either. They're all trying to figure that out too. Like when we learn that, we realize our life gets a bit simpler, because then we start living that way. So Reggie, when I read your response, that's kind of what I'm thinking about, is that you kind of come to a realization in recent years that, it's about being true to yourself and not trying to please everyone around you. And that like other people are going to have their own opinions about you no matter what. And that like you only have so much control over that to begin with. Like it's not always something that you did or didn't do. It might just be who they are in relation to who you are, and something there doesn't click, right? That's kind of what I'm hearing anyway. Thank you for sharing, Reggie. All right. Thanks for catching Gail's response and popping it into the Keeper's Camp here. Let me go and grab something to drink real quick. I will be right back. I just realized I left my cup out in the living room. My mouth's getting a little dry, and I want to make sure that I can read this story properly. So give me a second here. There we go. That's so much better. Okay. So, Omega shared a story earlier about their friends and their experience about loss. And Omega said, now, what happened, it was like 7 to 6 years that we were a community, a family even. And there was this person with the username Yami who came in and just mind gamed us, backstabbed us chance after chance, breaking us and all. Even he himself stated that he aimed to make at least 10 to 12 of us come up to a point of suicide. He said that? That is awful. What person do that? Continue on saying that we tried the police. We had evidence and they pushed us to the side and ignored us. One after another, my friends broke and ended their lives while this person just watched it unfold. He even called me with a voice changer once and tried to get me to fall into the same thing. Oh my God. You said for, 7 to 6 years was how long you guys were together. So how long were y'all friends with this Yami person or connected to this Yami person? Because it doesn't sound like he was a friend at all. It sounds like he was very open about how he wanted to be disruptive and what kind of harm they wanted to bring to you guys. So after they were open about that, how were they able to cause such harm to 12 of your friends? And how did you get through that personally, Gail? Oh man, that's terrible. I don't know why people want to be like that. I mean, they have to be like super motivated and committed to that at that point too, I feel like. I mean, I imagine that this story could get rather in depth too. There had to have been a lot of different avenues that this person tried to use to affect everybody this way. So I wanted to kind of point out, like, there was a nice little punctuation to the Gooding Girl's story earlier on, where they were talking about their experience going through a transition. And so they had said that, like, at the time that it hurt, what they were going through hurt, and it felt almost unbearable. But that now they identify as Samantha through and through, and they're very, very happy now. And so I wanted to highlight that, because these are, the things that we feel like when we're going through them, they don't end, and there's no way we can work through that. And I know that in terms of transition, like, this can sometimes feel like a never-ending process, depending on how many barriers are popping up in one's life. So if anybody out there is going through transition and is navigating the challenges that come along with that, one, know that our hearts are with you and you're not alone. And two, know that there's hope too. If there's one thing we can pull from Samantha's story, is that you will get there. And a lot of people do get there, because several people in this community have also gotten there and are very happy with who they are now, very happy with their identities, and it was well worth it by the end. So keep going, keep trying. Thanks for sharing, Samantha. Agent Pie, what's going on, buddy? Welcome back home, man. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? As it turns out, my answer was far from simple, says Gooding Girl. But I like letting people know my story. We don't always need just simple, right? Sometimes whenever we have like a more detailed or complicated answer to the questions, it paints a better picture for everybody. I think that's a good thing. We are chat-based a lot of time. People are gonna have to read these stories and try to interpret them and put them together. So, I appreciate, for one, whenever people decide to delve into it like that and try to help other people understand with a clear picture. So thank you for that. It's good. It's good. Garrett said, I really don't get why people be like really on the fence about whoever decides to do a transition in whatever direction. It's just totally none of their business. The way I see it, it's your body. You identify, or your identity, and 100% freedom about what to do with it. Yeah, I understand. I'm with you there too. And I think that, the mentality behind like people getting so up in arms about it is kind of a similar thing that happens in like the mental health world, where people are like, oh, well, they're kids. Or in the mental health world, oh, they're disabled, they have some mental issues. So just like, that, they're looking at kids being like, they're not qualified to make big decisions for themselves. And, in my opinion, I'd be like, like Samantha said earlier, take it on a case-by-case basis. Maybe there are some kids who, maybe they're not as qualified to make huge decisions because of their own, like, levels of maturity or experience or like, I guess, perspective. I don't think that's the right word for it either. But like, everybody's not necessarily created equal, and that some of us are, we grow at different rates, right? Whether it's emotionally, mentally, or whatever. There's disparities there, and that's okay. But you take it on a case-by-case basis. You can't just assume that nobody knows themselves or knows what's right for themselves just because they are a certain age or just because they have a certain disability or whatever. Get to know the person and, try to support them in the best way that you know how, without just like lording yourself over them. That's the main issue that I see with that, Garrett, is that people think that like they just completely disqualify not just kids, but people from going through transition just because they think that it's wrong, or they think that it shouldn't happen. And they never really try to take into consideration, like, the person who's actually trying to make this decision is struggling with this. They don't take their experience into consideration, which is wrong in my opinion. And we've seen that happen too when it comes to things like, you know, abortion, and which is a women's issue. And we got all these men that are just like, you shouldn't do it, you know, or you should do it, or like whatever. Like, they get really passionate and gung-ho about it. And I'm like, okay, cool, be supportive and like really understand what the issue is, and try to see like what the challenges that women are facing who are like in those positions, like what are they going through. But like, don't tell people how they should or shouldn't live their life, or don't tell people how they should or shouldn't like choose to do what is best for them, because it's probably not an easy decision for anybody to make to begin with. And on that specific subject, it's one that I think that, you know, men can't understand completely. So it's weird to me to see them get all like passionate about telling people what to do. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's a different subject. It's just related. So wait, when did what change, Reggie? The question? I don't remember the question changing. Wait, Garrett. Sorry, I just saw your message from earlier. You said a couple of friends you haven't seen in a bit were in your city. So you guys went to hang out and get a few shots? Oh, dude. Oh, they drank a few shots, you didn't, but you went to hang out with them. Dude, that's awesome. That is super cool. Was it a good time catching up? How long has it been since you got to see them? So Omega Gale, continuing on their story earlier about this person, this terrible, terrible person who came in and just really hurt a lot of his friends and drove people to points of suicidality, which I'm sure there's a lot of different factors involved in here. So, you know, I kind of just want to say that because there's probably more than just this person's input that brought these people to that point. But this is what Gail's talking about, saying this malicious person appeared in chat, pretended to be our friend, pretended to be friendly, and they had everything planned. Got their hands on information for blackmail. Wow. So that was their main, like, that was their trump card, was using information for blackmail. Like, they dug up dirt on you guys and then used that against you. How did this happen? Like, was it an online bullying sort of situation where they were trying to like defame people on social networks and stuff like that? Or because man, there's a lot there to try and unpack. Because that's a pretty large scale attack, man, and that's terrible. I mean, I don't want to say I never could, but it's really difficult for me to understand why a person would go through such lengths to do stuff like that. Like, I guess it comes down to just sometimes there's just bad people out there. But gosh, man, I'm also a person who's like, I don't think anybody does anything for no reason, and hearing about stuff like that just is mind-boggling to me. So I don't know. It's a different kind of person, I guess. I feel like if you're gonna work really hard at something, there's gotta be some level of personal satisfaction that you get out of achieving something or doing something that you put effort into. And so to put effort into something like being malicious and hateful and harmful towards people, I can't understand that kind of satisfaction. Like, where does it come from? Is it like a sense of control that is satisfying for a person like that? Or what the heck is it? It's just terrible. The music sounds familiar? I don't know. I don't know where you might have heard it from. It is off of a Stream Beats playlist, which is it's royalty-free music. So there's probably like other content creators and stuff that are using it. Harris Heller is the one who runs that Streambeats platform, and so he uses it in his videos. Other people in his community use the music and stuff like that too. So it's very possible that you've heard it somewhere else. But that's where I get it from. Welcome back, Gail. Garrett says, I mean, the my body, my freedom thing pretty much in general. I know of a fellow ADHD person who didn't get a job because her employer basically told her either to take meds or don't get the job. That's illegal. That is not cool at all. What the hell? Dude, you tell your friend that I am so sorry to hear that they went through that, and screw that employer, man. That's terrible. Where was it that they were trying to apply to that the person there told them that? Andy says, I hate when men tell women what hurts or pleases women. Like, you can't oppress a group and then decide the parameters of their anguish. Right, it doesn't really make sense, you know? I think it's ridiculous. It's very frustrating to see. Very frustrating to see. Good, Garrett. I'm glad to hear that, man. A good time with your friends. The drunk sober difference wasn't that hard. But, well, I guess when in that situation, it really depends on like how hammered somebody gets, right? Like if someone's like just loaded, then I think that the disparity is much more noticeable and impactful. But people's just got a good buzz going or something like that. It's probably not as big of a difference. Man, haven't seen him in 6 months. Dude, that is awesome, man. I'm so glad you guys got to hang out. Gail, dude, thank you for sharing your story with us. And I hope that it wasn't too heavy to talk about. Because, I mean, this is a major event in your life. These are a lot of people that are impacted in drastic, unchangeable ways. And you had to sort of live through this. So I'm sure that, like, I know you said that you're okay talking about it, but I'm sure that there's still some challenges involved in talking about it, and so I want to thank you for sharing it here with us here. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry that you went through that, and that your friends went through that too, and to hear what happened to them is terrible. But I hear what you said earlier too, that you got through it by just refusing to become a victim. Like, you wouldn't let yourself fall to this monster of a person who was doing these things and being so clearly malicious about it too. This reminds me of something that a peer I used to support would always tell me. And I'd be like, you have such a good attitude. You have such a good positive energy all the time, even when you're going through these challenges. Like, how do you do that? And she told me, she's like, I just live out of sheer spite. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, if life's gonna try and kick me down, or people are gonna try and kick me down, like, it's just gonna satisfy them for me to fall to that. So just out of spite, I don't, and I just be happy. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of amazing, Ashers, thank you so much for that host. I appreciate that. Hey, welcome back home. How are you doing tonight? Happy Saturday to you. But there's something to be said about that, when bad people are trying to do bad things, and the negative impact of what they're doing to you is resulting in something that's going to be personally satisfying to them, and it. There's something about that is kind of motivating to not let them get that satisfaction. They're trying to take from you, so this is kind of like your way to fight back and take from them. Like, they're putting all this effort and energy into getting this result, and you're not going to let them have that. And that's kind of a powerful thing too. I think a lot of times spite is unhealthy. That's probably one of the few times where I'd say that spite is a form of self-preservation, is in those kinds of scenarios. But more than that, I don't think it's just spite. I don't think anyone can really just thrive and live on merely spite alone. There's so much that's behind it. Like, you have to have strength of heart and resilience. You have to have courage, and you have to have resourcefulness and an ability to work through hurt and pain and find your way. In Omega Gale, it sounds like that you have a lot of those qualities to back up your ability to just refuse to be a victim. Like, you have these other strengths that allowed you to fight back. And I'm really glad for that. And from what I see, I mean, you're even stronger now than you were then, which is incredible. That means that you could get through even more difficult things. Although I really hope you don't have to go through anything like that again. Because that's just terrible. But you're able to model what that looks like for others now and yourself. And I think that's going to create a significant impact throughout your life and throughout others' lives that you touch. So I won't say that I'm glad that you went through this experience. I won't say that I'm glad that your friends went through that experience, because nobody should ever have to go through something like that. And I wish that people weren't so just... Sometimes people really suck. Sometimes people really suck. I believe in people, so I don't want to say anything generalizing like I don't know why people got to be terrible, because I don't think all people are terrible. But sometimes they sure suck. And unfortunately, there's good people that have to deal with people sucking. So yeah, I'm not glad that any of that happened, but I am glad that you had the strength to get through it and that you are stronger now on the other side of that experience. And again, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. So Law says that they think that sometimes people do stuff like that just for the fun of the reaction, just because you know it's wrong and that people will be unhappy. To say it simply, and if you ask me, the most accurate way ever expressed, some people just want to watch the world burn, the enjoyment in being mean. And these are the types of people that you see portrayed in like horror a lot, right? Whether it's video games or movies, it's just people being terrible and hurting other people because they get something, it's fun to them, you know? And to me, but I think a lot of that still is like, it's motivated from something like control or power. I think that on a base level, there a lot of people enjoy having power. And when you can do something and predict the outcome, like the negative outcome of what you're going to do to somebody and how they're going to react to it, and then that happens, it's got to make a person feel powerful, right? At least that's what I think. And then that would be motivating to like just keep doing it. But gosh, man, it's just a different type of human being. It's just a different type of human being for sure. It's not something that I will ever be able to understand, because the question that always comes to my mind is, how does that person live with themselves? And a person like that would have no problem living with themselves, I don't think, because they don't carry the same things that I carry in terms of like morality and ethics and like the strength of a conscience. And so it's like, it probably wouldn't bother them or affect them at all in the same way that it would me. So it's almost like a naive question to ask, I guess, is what I'm saying. Which just kind of leaves me sitting here like scratching my head, because it's just frustrating that there's people like that. But yeah, it's a good way to put it. Some people just like to watch the world burn. It's terrible. We got to protect ourselves from those people, everybody. Gotta look out for each other. Last few bits for my pre-London stash. I gotta run, but I'll keep you updated in the Discord. Man, dude, thank you so much for those bits. And please, Mirrors, keep yourself in a good spot. Like, don't be ever feeling the need to like throw cash at anybody, especially right now, man. Just take care of yourself. Keep your head up and your heart strong. And keep us updated with what's going on, man. I really hope that you guys can find a place to stay out there and you don't have to keep jumping from hotel to hotel. But please, 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 hang on to your money, man. Okay? You guys need it right now. And you guys are gonna get through it too. Don't get disheartened. Okay? It sucks that what's going on is, you know, you're not able to get access to the visa to open your bank account and get the apartments and stuff in the UK right now. But we're looking at October 30th. November's right around the corner. You know, I think you can get through it. it's going to be a challenging time. But try to look on what's on the other side if you can. And if you're going through a tough time and you just need to vent about how hard it is and what it is that you're feeling and you guys are going through right now, please feel free to talk to us in Discord, okay? We'll be there for you as best as we can, buddy. Be well. Take care of yourself. Keep your head up and your heart strong. You'll get through this. All right, sounds good, Ash. I just saw your message now. I hope that work's going okay today. If you've got any interesting truck driver stories for us today, look forward to hearing them when you have some time to talk later. And also your question of the day response. So CJ answered the question of the day saying, I'd tell myself to be patient with yourself. It's okay to feel stuck. It's okay to take a break when you need it. That time in my life was incredibly difficult with a lot of self-loathing. Doing my homeschool work became extremely difficult, and on several occasions I just ended up muttering total nonsense to myself like a madman for an hour before I snapped myself out of it. I was just under so much mental pressure that my sanity shattered for a time. Man, I am so sorry to hear that you went through that. That sounds so stressful, and it sounds like there must have been so much mental anguish that you were experiencing during that time. So, as a reminder, everybody out there, some folks are just coming in, so I just kind of want to divert attention to it real quick. We're talking about the question of the day. The question of the day is, what is something that you want? Oh, wait, no, it's not. What the heck? I don't know why that changed back. The question of the day is, if you could go back in time 5 years and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be? And CJ was just answering that question. I don't know why that changed on the chat. Don't let what's on the screen fool you, fam. Type in !QOD in the chat to pull up today's question. I'll figure out why it's showing up wrong on our overlay here in a moment. But CJ, dude, I think that's great advice to give yourself. And it's something that I can relate to as well, because I've been right there with you personally, where, you know, there were, not just in school, because I felt that in school too, but I felt that whenever I chose career paths. I felt that when I was in relationships, that I just felt like I was stuck in or didn't know what the right thing to do was, or like I was just failing over and over again for some reason. And being patient with myself, understanding that it's okay to feel stuck and to take a step back, take a break when I needed it, was something that I always needed to hear back then, just like it sounds like you did too. So from a personal level, I understand that that is a very, very valuable piece of advice. And I think that everybody here could benefit from hearing that too, because I think there's no shortage of any of those kinds of experiences in our lives, right? Chat, you can relate to this one, right? I'm sure. But CJ, it sounds like, you know, at that time in your life that homeschool was really trying for you, and that you had to kind of talk to yourself, because I mean, you're keeping yourself company all the time with homeschool, right? Was it like your parents who taught you during these times? And if so, like, did you have anybody that you could kind of share experiences with or bounce perspectives off of when you were going through what you were going through then? I knew one person whenever I was younger who went to homeschool, and they described it to me as just a very isolated experience. I mean, they had their friends that they made in public school, and luckily they were able to spend time with them every once in a while, but had it not been for those friends, they would have just been at home by themselves all the time. Which, whenever things start to get stressful, like, I think being by yourself is one of the most difficult things to deal with, because you're just in your head the whole time, and that's really hard. Yeah, Gail, Yami really sounds like a bad dude. Glad you got them out of your life. hopefully, I mean, I would like to think that they're not out there causing other people harm too, because I just hate to hear it. Lost says, Vince, I believe true evil is a thing. I believe that sometimes evil has no reason, it just simply is. And in my opinion, it's a very real thing. Some people are truly deeply evil. And I mean, yeah, we hear stories like this, and it's hard to think that it's not a real thing. Like I said, as much as I'm a person who tries to believe in people and wants to see the light and to spread it and to help people see their own light in themselves, I still can't fathom how people could just be this downright malicious. And if I had to, you know, simplify it, then the way that Lost put it would be the way that I would do that. It's just a really difficult thing for me to just be like, yep, that's just how it is. I hate to hear it. I hate to think about it. I always want to try to figure it out. But that's just me. Damn, that's not saying that it's not, like, that evil doesn't exist or that people aren't just truly evil. It's just still something that, like, man, I wish I got it, because I think that my end goal is, like, I wish there would be something that we could do to, like, stamp it out, right? But I guess there's not really any way to totally do that. It's funny. It's not funny, haha. It's just funny, as in it's kind of strange to think about. I talk about balance a lot, and how, you know, you gotta take the light with the dark. You gotta have good with the bad, and that it's the opposites that provide value to the others or meaning to the others. And this is one of those situations where it's just like these things, like people being evil or bad, are like, it sounds so bad that you wish it just didn't exist. But, you know, it's to want stuff like that to not exist, while it makes perfect sense, and it could make things better. Like, what would happen if there was, like, no balance, you know? I'm not in my deep thinking mode today to explore that much further, but it doesn't in my mind, on the surface level, it doesn't seem like it would be a very productive outcome in the long run either. What is it? There's a saying that I was trying to pull up that I kind of lost. It had something to do with too much light is blinding, and too much dark is the same. Is put into much better words than that, but I can't remember the saying right now. But yeah, that's basically, like, summing up the point that I'm trying to make here with this thought. But yeah, man, I wish there was no evil. As naive a thing as that is to say, that is, like, the feeling that I have whenever we run into these types of situations or hear these stories. It just sucks, man. Wish that stuff didn't happen to people. Garrett said, just a thought of mine. I'm kind of worried that you're talking yourself into a dark place with this. How does evil people think when doing evil stuff? Feel free to go to the next QOD, man. Oh, no, don't worry about that, but I appreciate your concern. I'm not necessarily talking myself into a dark place. It's just one of those things that, like, I don't explore a lot, because it's one of those things that, like, I'm realizing through this conversation that I tend to shy away from, as far as, like, a subject is concerned. I don't explore that outcome too often, that there could just be evil people. Panda with the gift sub, thank you so much. All right, Yin, enjoy the new sub emotes. And Panda, again, thank you so much for that, man. That's awesome. Spreading the love today. But yeah, Garrett, it's just one of those things that, like, I tend to consider myself to be, like, a pretty like, open-minded person who explores, like, subjects that most people don't want to talk about, and thinks about things, and kind of pushes myself into a situation where I can think or be exposed to things that are sort of, like, less than savory for the sake of understanding. And I'm realizing that, you know, through this conversation, that this is one of those things that I tend to shy away from, just because it makes me so uncomfortable. And so I think that's why I'm probably coming off that way too, because it's not something I know how to talk about very well, because I don't put myself in that situation very often. And I'm sort of right now also trying to not just actively avoid it, and like let myself sort of be in it and explore it a little bit. So I bet it's coming off as kind of awkward, but that's sort of the process that I'm going through right now. And thanks for looking out for me though, Garrett. And I appreciate that, man. But I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty good. It's just weird. Just weird to think about. Mira said, I don't think my mental health will let me stay much longer, but I'll give it hell. Thanks, guys. Well, do your best, man. I know Mira's is probably out right now, but they're going through a difficult time right now where they just moved out of country and they had an idea that things were going to look for them a certain way, like as far as their living situation was concerned, their financial situation was concerned. But what they're going through right now is, they're not able to live in an apartment like they thought they were. They're spending a ton of money on hotel rooms. And they were supposed to be going to school and stuff out there. And now it's kind of coming to a position where they're realizing they might not be able to do that because of circumstances they didn't really foresee. And so it's really taken its toll on Mirrors and his fiance right now, which sucks. It sucks. But if anyone is going through something like that, where, you're like, you had this plan, you're like, we're going to do this, it's going to be awesome. And then when you get there, it feels like the plan starts to like blow up. Just do your best. Sometimes things don't work out. Sometimes the best laid plans just don't pan out, and that's okay. You can come back, regroup, and then try again in a different way, or try again later. Like CJ was saying earlier, be patient with yourself and just like understand that it's okay to take a step back and take a break. We always think that we have like one single shot at certain things, and sometimes that's true, but I think a lot of times we have another opportunity, or we can create more opportunities for ourselves down the road. It's just scary whenever there's something big that we really put ourselves into and then it doesn't pan out because we've made a big commitment. It's painful to watch that kind of fall apart in front of us. So, get some extra love out there in the chat. There's a lot of tough things that are going on in people's lives and tough things that we're talking about today. So why don't we bring the mood up a little bit here? Let's get some hearts out in the chat. Tell some people a nice compliment. If we haven't done this in a while, actually, why don't you try and say something nice about the person who posted above you in the chat? And do that for a minute, guys. I can't talk right now, obviously. So I don't know what's going on with me there too. Let's give each other some compliments here. And I want to ask a question on top of that as well. And we're going to let this question kind of roll us into the gameplay here. And that question is, what is something that's going right in your life right now? What's going right in your lives, chat? I want to know. I'll tell you something that's going right in my life right now. I am learning more about the mental health system than I have ever since I was in it, really, really deeply. And it's because the new job that I'm in sort of has me learning about these things as a requirement for it. I mean, my job is a call for change and youth care coordinator. So I'm learning a lot about the mental health system, the history of it, how we got to where we are now, where we need to go next. And it's been really, really enlightening. And it's pretty cool. I didn't think that I'd get to learn much more about that stuff unless I like went to school for it. And so it's pretty cool that I'm able to do that through my job right now. And I feel like that's a big plus in my life. So that's something that's going right with me. What is that? To put hearts in the chat, and Garrett's over here with rainbow poop and controllers. Oh, it still made me smile. Jen starting our compliment train off here saying, oh, I got Garrett, I think then. Well, I mentioned it already, But you are a really nice person, and you are a lovely, supportive person in chat. And what a nice thing to say. Thanks for sharing, Jin. I can second that. Garrett is a lovely being and is super kind and compassionate to everybody in the chat whenever he comes in here. It's awesome to see him come in, bring that energy. You guys keep talking. Very keen to let people talk him up too. We're gonna make your ego explode, Garrett. And come in here, and it's gonna make you feel really good about yourselves. That's part of what we're about. CJ, I just read your follow-up comment to my question on your QOD response earlier. And man, I'm sorry that you went through that. And I'm sorry that stuff was going down with your family and everything at that time too, that made it even more difficult. I think that, you know, you're a pretty emotionally intelligent person, and well, that's a really good thing. I think that it also comes with an uncanny ability to blame yourself for things that you're aware of, because you can understand like some of the inner workings of things. And I think a lot of times when we feel like we understand what's going on, we feel responsible for doing something about it, even when it's beyond our control at times. And I can imagine that, you know, at that time in your life, you said you're frustrated with yourself for not being able to do more. And that's kind of exactly what that sounds like to me. I'm glad that now you understand better that it's okay to take that step back, and, you know, it's okay to be patient with yourself. Thank you for sharing your advice to your past self today and giving us some context on where that lesson came from. And also for showing your resilience and your strength of heart, because clearly you've come a long way, and maybe you grapple with some of that stuff still today, but from what I'm hearing, you're much more capable and equipped to handle that sort of challenge now than you were before. And that's pretty awesome to see. Hopefully your story helps provide some of that strength to somebody else here too. So I appreciate you sharing. Something nice, like CJ said, thanks to hearts, even though you texted me awake, it really made my day. Not always a bad thing to wake somebody up, is what I'm hearing. Garrett says, you're a pretty dope bunch as well, I gotta say. You hear that? If you ever doubt yourselves or feel down on yourselves, remember that Garrett thinks you're pretty dope. Alright? You're all pretty dope people. That's way too dank for all of us here, Garrett. Oh, man. All right. Give me one sec. Figure out what the hell happened to my question of the day thing here. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it by making it pull from the text file that it was pulling from originally. It just got confused, I guess. But there we go. Jen has a compliment for Agent Pie. She says, you have the best emotes. He really does have great emotes, doesn't he? Look at all that, man. They're awesome. Love it. If you rolled on a charisma check, you'd roll a natural 20 every time, says Pie. Oh, I love it. I know it sounds like I'm laughing at these like jokes, but they just make me smile. And I smile with my voice. So that's where a lot of the laughter comes from with this kind of stuff for me. Oh, I love that. Even on bad hair days, you still kick ours. Yes. What's a bad hair day? You only get augmented hair days. There's no such thing as bad hair days. Come on, you're all beautiful. You got fabulous hair. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today and hanging out during the discussion. We had some really, really good conversation today, even if it went to some interesting and sometimes awkward places for myself, such as the whole like conversation about evil and people and stuff like that. The stuff kind of throws me off, but one thing that I like about having these diverse and varied conversations here on The Fence is that we all have opportunities to explore things that sometimes we're really proficient at and we know a lot about, and other times that we don't know so much about or don't really know how to navigate that well. But because we're all in a safe place where we can navigate those things together, we're able to do so. We're able to gain that experience and try to put ourselves in a somewhat uncomfortable place while still being comfortable, if that makes sense. Thank you guys for the energy and the atmosphere that you provide here to allow people to do that, myself included. I very much appreciate it. We're going to be moving forward now, though, and getting into some video games. So those of you guys who have been here for the past week know that we are deep into Nier Replicant, and that's what we're going to jump back into today. We got through a ton of side quests last stream, and we've got a couple more to go, but we're getting ready to go into the next story bit. We're going to be checking in on the good people of the Aerie a little bit later on. The late lawn, a bit later on, and we're going to see what the heck the deal with them is, because they invited us to go there because apparently they're like open for business now. These very interesting, secluded people of the Aerie who usually don't want nothing to do with nobody. Suddenly they want visitors and guests. So we're going to be those visitors and guests, I guess. Only good things could happen, right? You want to be here to find out what those good things are. So we're going to jump on into it. I'm going to go ahead and take a very quick break, stretch my legs for a minute, and go get something to drink. You all should get up and hydrate yourselves. All right? We'll take about a 3-minute break here, and then when we come back, we'll be jumping into Nier Replicant. Thank you all so much for joining me. And if I miss you on the break, keep your heads up and your hearts strong out there. All right, be back soon. We're back. We're back and we're gonna play some video games. Ta-da! Oh, what? That's spooky. What's up with this guy? Don't look at me, I'm hideous. They made me this way. Oh, no, we're not playing Destiny. We are playing Nier. There we go. Let me get some stuff updated real quick. There we are. All right. Anyway, welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Got to stretch your legs, get something to drink, maybe get a snack. What's everybody's go-to snack today, by the way? That is, if you have the luxury of being at home and hanging out right now. You know, some people are at work and stuff like that. Ashers, what is up? Oh, I'm late to answer the question of the day, but here it is. If I could go back 5 years, I would just tell myself to not choose the path of wrongs and stay on the rights, to do better in my life much more. Hey, there's never a late answer, just like Jen said. So thank you so much for coming in and sharing it. Sounds like work's got you kind of busy tonight, huh? So your advice to yourself would be to tell yourself to not choose the paths of wrong and to stay on the rights, to better my life much more. And if I could, and you don't have to say yes if you don't have the time to right now, but might I ask a follow-up question to this, which would be, you know, how did you learn this lesson? Is there anything specific that you would be referring to when you're telling 5 years ago you to stay on the right paths? Hold on a sec. My ponytail was way too tight. I'm gonna loosen up. There we go. Much more comfortable. Okay. So, 53 hours. Look at that. By the time we're done with this game, it's gonna be like a 100-hour playthrough, isn't it? What? You gotta flex it sometimes. Not really what I was trying to do, but there. Now I have flexed it. All right. So let's see. I think that we've got like 4 side quests left, right? Oh my god, I was so wrong. It's way more than 4. Where did these other ones come from? Oh, that's right, because we started having to help Jeeves. Damn. Right. If I could go back 5 years, says Panda, I'd just give myself a big hug. A big hug. Big hug. And say, you got this. Oh yeah, Panda, I love that. I love that. Just go back in time and give yourself some encouragement. You know, I feel like that could be super beneficial for a lot of us. How many of you guys in chat agree with that? You just go back in time and you just give yourself some encouragement? Think that would be beneficial? I feel like a lot of us could use that. Good response, Panda. Okay, so we gotta go back and talk to Jeeves. We have repaired the map, and we've gotta go and search for the treasure, but we need Popola to decipher the map. Okay. All right. I think I remember where we're at now. Ugh. Okay. We go back to Assad because we got the mask fixed. And oh, here we go. We got to repair the fountain, so we need parts from the Strange Things store. So if we go back to the Strange Things store, they're gonna ask us to get all kinds of weird materials too. Oh, question for one of the keepers. Do you know where we can find royal fish. So we're gonna have to catch 3 of them suckers. All right, and we need toad oil from Two Brothers Weaponry. All right. Make one more sweep here, because side quests keep popping up as we complete them. No more over here, right? I got that dude his male enhancement leaf. It's weird. And, made the redback man happy for now. Got the new fisherman quest. There was nothing else in the tavern. I think we're pretty much done with the lighthouse. And that should be it. We can't do anything with the... I wanted to call it a sunken ship, but it's not sunken. It's just washed ashore. We can't do anything with that right now. Jen said earlier that we need to progress the story before we can actually see what's going on with this. So, okay. We are just going to leave then. The Eastern Road using earthworms? Oh. Sweet, okay.
Where did that enormous ship?
So the Eastern Road then, where's that gonna be? Oh, I know where that is. That's where like all the goats and stuff are before we're going to Facade. Man, it's so weird that they mention Accord in this game, because I don't know that you ever actually encounter Accord. But apparently Yona did. And that's so wild to me. The Accord is a Drakengard 3 character. Mr. Mime! All right, Jeeves. What do you make of this here research paper?
It appears to be encrypted.
Oh, yeah?
It begins with Dearest Emile, and then... Why, this appears to be a message for you, Master Emile.
Oh.
A letter, is it?
To me?
Dearest Emile, you do not know me, but I know you. My research has twisted your life in unfathomable ways. I tried to make up for this by serving as your mother. But I know now that my efforts fell woefully short. I would have done anything to save you from this fate, and you will never know how guilty I feel that I could not.
I remember her now. Hundreds of years ago, there was a woman who watched over me and my sister.
Hundreds of years ago.
The other scientists treated us like lab rats. But that woman, she was really nice. I think she kind of made me what I am today.
Your mother, huh?
You know, I didn't find a way to fix my body, but I don't care anymore. This letter helps me remember my mother, and that means more to me than anything.
Oh. So this research woman is responsible for Emile being the kind-hearted person that he is, and caring about other people and accepting them. That's amazing, actually. If he was able to carry that sentiment with him for hundreds of years too, like into his personality now, that's a pretty big deal. Wow. Isn't that nuts though? Like, hundreds of years, he said. Hundreds of years that Emile has been a child, and was experimented on. And, they had to do stuff to him for him to, like, stay looking as young as he did for that long, too. But he's seen this world change a lot in that amount of time. He is, like, He reminds me of like Sans from Undertale, in that he's just like this timeless character who has lived for so long and seen so much that like so much of experiences have probably blurred together, or so much of his life has probably been lost just because he has been around for so long. Although usually in like anime and stories and stuff that you hear about where characters have lived for hundreds and hundreds of years, they're usually like super duper jaded, right? They have some sort of like melancholic outlook, or yeah, just jaded view on humanity and the world. And yet somehow Emil is just like really hopeful person who believes in people and believes in the world that he lives in. Somehow he believes in Nier even though he cannot ride a boar to save his life. I've ran that same boar's face into that same wall so many times, like I've lost count. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait, there's gotta be a way to like just slap these guys down, right? Hold on, we've got the Dark Lance, but what if we do the Whirlwind? And then get ourselves the Beast Bane. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Ah. This is much better. I actually didn't expect this to be as effective as it was. Wow. Cool. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be my go-to for like the rest of this game. It's gonna Dark Whirlwind everything to death. Asher said, to follow up what you asked, Fence, it's just I chose to hang with the wrong crowd and people, and it messed my life up, so I'm just trying to better myself at this moment. I see. So when you say that you want to tell yourself 5 years ago to follow the paths of right and avoid the wrong paths, you're talking about the people that you choose to spend time with. You want to hang out with the right people and not hang out with the wrong people. And you see that would have given yourself some more opportunities in your life. I can respect that. Yeah, I'm a person who like, I connect with a lot of different people, and I pretty much believe that I can get along with everybody, with few exceptions, even if I don't necessarily like everybody. Like I feel like I can get along with anybody for the most part. And when I was younger, when I started to understand that I had this trait, I kind of took it as like, oh, okay, so I'm obligated and responsible to be friends with everybody. And I used to take a lot of pride in that. You know, like I'll talk about it, like I've got a lot of friends, I know a lot of people. Like it was only a good thing for a long time. And then I kind of started to realize that as more and more people I was quote unquote friends with, lived their lives in ways I didn't agree with, or acted and behaved in ways that I thought was wrong. I started to realize that it had an effect on me too, and it would sort of tarnish the way that I would want to live, because I'd find myself either in situations where I felt peer pressure to sort of like do things similarly to them whenever I was with them, because I wanted to either fit in or, you know, didn't want to just simply stand out. I wanted to be a good friend, you know? But it was causing me to not be true to myself. And I really grappled with the idea that I could choose my friends. I could actually not be friends with people who wanted to be friends with me, and that was okay. And that was a weird thing for me to get used to and for me to be okay with. That at this point in my life, I'm pretty comfortable with now. And it's benefited me tremendously. But, you know, I don't think that I was ever necessarily with the wrong crowd. Because I think that I did okay in choosing people that I decided to get really close with versus people that I just had in my life. So for instance, like I would get really close with people who I felt like had shared values with me. Even though I'd be like friends with people who maybe didn't, or I didn't agree with their perspectives and viewpoints, like I wasn't very close with them. They might have been very close with me in that like I knew a lot about them. They talked to me about a lot of things. I supported them through a lot of things, but they didn't really know who I was, if that makes sense. That was kind of the dynamic of a lot of my relationships when I was younger. And so for that reason, I can't say that I necessarily got involved in the wrong crowd. But I did still have ties to and was connected with people that I didn't necessarily respect or appreciate the way that they lived their lives, because I felt like it contradicted, like on a moral level, the way that I lived mine. So, you know, but I'm saying that like I understand the value of that advice that you would give yourself, because I think it's good advice. It's funny, there's another person here, like there's a couple people. I'm not gonna like name drop anybody because I don't want to put anybody on blast, but there was someone who was in the chat earlier who I've been sort of talking with for the last several years, that told me a story about like how, so I just realized that I ruined all of my crops here because I didn't come check on them. Damn it, because we're all beans too. Let me get rid of this. Anyway, this person came to me once and was like, hey, you know, me and my friends snuck onto this property and took some stuff that wasn't ours. What do you think I should do? I know it's wrong, and I don't know why that I did it. And I'm probably gonna get in trouble for it, but what do you think I should do? And we talked about it for a while and explored like, well, why did you do that? Why did, if you knew it was wrong, like what was the motivation in this? And, you know, stuff like that. And a lot of it came from the people that they were hanging out with. They wanted to fit in, and they, you know, wanted to be supportive friends, and they wanted to not be outcast. And, you know, it was the idea of losing those friends or not being close with those friends was scary because, you know, what do you do when you don't have friends, you know? And we kind of worked through that. And it kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier in the stream, where, especially when you're younger, friends are huge. Having them and not having them has a significant impact on a person's life. And whenever you're in with the wrong crowd, because you don't want to not have friends, it can really steer you down a rough path, because, you know, it's unlikely that you're going to choose to not have friends, even if it means you have the wrong friends, right? And sometimes you don't have the perspective to realize that you have the wrong friends either, because they've just been your friends, so that's just what, you know, that's what you know about friendship. So it can be a tough thing. It's not so simple sometimes as just choosing the right friends. The advice is sound, but like in the moment, it's not always so simple because of, you know, so many other factors that play into it. Always comes down to we're just trying to do our best at whatever stage of life that we're in, you know? But yeah. Anyway, long-windedness aside, it's good advice. It's good advice to say, try and stick with the right people, go down good paths with good people, and avoid the bad ones. I don't know why I planted anything at all. I really had it in my mind that I was like, I'm gonna get rich off of beans, and all I did was let them die. All right, let's go talk to Popola. We're gonna decipher a map. Yin answers the question of the day, saying, oh boy, not pulling any punches with this one, huh? I usually am not, no. Yen continues to say, I would tell myself to be honest with myself. As best as I can explain, since I recently came out and was honest with myself about how I feel about being who I am in regards to being trans, male to female. My life has improved a lot, and at the same time, has brought to light the issues I have to fix from my past self. I feel as if I was honest with myself sooner, I could be in a way much better place than I am now. Awesome, man. Thank you for sharing this experience with us in that response, Yen. So, it's so interesting how many times the trans conversation has come up during today's stream with this question. And it makes a lot of sense as to why. But, the Gooding girl, Samantha, was talking to us earlier in the stream about their experience transitioning, and that if they had been able to transition earlier in their life, before they were hitting puberty and everything, that they feel like that it would have been much better for them. And so their piece of advice to themselves would have been to, go on with your transition sooner rather than later. Probably for reasons that are similar to what you're saying here, understanding who you are and being true to yourself would have allowed you to go through this much earlier and not go through it in such a challenging way as you have been. And I think that they were kind of saying the same thing, that it would have been easier for them too. So it's really cool to hear this type of response today, because as I said earlier, there's a lot of stigma around that. I think there's a lot of stigma around being trans, period, or experiencing a transition. And I think the younger you are, the more it's stigmatized. And it's because we don't get to understand what it is that you're saying right now, because we don't hear that experience. We don't hear what that feels like to go through. And most people just assume that, oh, you're young, you don't know what you're talking about. You're young, you don't know who you are. It's just a phase. You're young, so how can you possibly have any understanding to make this kind of decision, right? Which is a totally unfair thing to put on somebody else. And if I'm being totally honest, I kind of had a similar viewpoint years ago myself, because I felt like, how can a person know that about themselves at such a young age? And thankfully, I approached that truly as a question, not as a judgment. And I tried to understand it and seek those answers. And so because of that, I've gotten to talk to a lot of you people about, sorry, I didn't mean to say you people as that, stupid. I meant folks about that, because there's a lot of people here who have talked to us about their experience transitioning. And I've learned a lot through that. So, I think that there is still a lot of that perspective out there, though, from folks who don't understand what it's like or what it feels like to go through that. And what I'm learning today is that it's actually a pretty common feeling, what you just expressed there, for folks who have gone through transitions, to wish that they had been able to do it sooner rather than later. Which tells me that is the opportunity to do so would actually be much more beneficial and positive in a person's life. Of course, taking it on a case-by-case basis, like Samantha said. There's no one-size-fits-all for this type of stuff, I don't think. It's great, man. Thank you for sharing your story. See, Yen, so you say you'd probably be a lot happier now and could possibly be achieving goals now, because about 5 years ago, I was finishing up high school and sort of started my hermit recluse phase for 4 years, where I barely left my room for 4 years. So I'm going to play devil's advocate here a little bit. Clearly, going through what you went through, the hermit recluse phase for 4 years, was really difficult and challenging, and I imagine it's pretty painful too to go through. And from what you're saying, if you would have gone through your transition process earlier, you might have avoided that. But again, playing devil's advocate here, do you think that going through that phase allowed you to explore yourself in ways that brought you to a place where you had the courage to make that decision for yourself now, and gave you the opportunity even to connect with yourself because you're spending so much time with yourself during a phase like that. The reason I'm asking that question is because I went through phases of my life, a significant one being about, 3.5, 4 years ago, where, I was by myself a lot. I spent a lot of time with myself, and it was painful because, like, I wasn't used to that. And I went through a lot. But because I was by myself so often, I really got to know who I was. And ever since I got to know who I was, every decision that I've made for myself afterwards has been way better than decisions that I've made for the previous 10 years of my life. And my life has changed for the better with every one of them. And I feel like I owe a lot of my ability to do that now to that phase of my life where I was by myself and where I had to figure things out and really just go through that tough time. Because that's where I learned who I was. Do you feel like something like that is similar in your experience, or do you have a different experience, Yen?
Hey, got a minute? I have a map I
Hey,
need your
Hoshi.
help with.
Welcome back. Happy Saturday to you. How are you doing?
Sure. What kind of map?
Here, let me show you.
This looks like a map of the Lost Shrine. Apparently, this leads to some unidentified object of great importance. It also talks about a hidden room in the Lost Shrine where sunlight doesn't reach. I bet that's where your secret treasure is hiding.
Where sunlight doesn't reach.
A hidden room in the Lost Shrine, huh? Thanks for the help.
Oh, not at all. Glad to be of service.
Gotta go back to the shrine.
Don't push yourself
Goodness.
too hard.
I'll push myself however I wanna. Can't tell me how to live my life. Whoop. You can see that? You can see that? You eat your broccoli and you'll grow up to be big and strong like me, and then you can do cool flips off the library deck too. Tell your mom I told you that. Get brownie points. Ash continued on their question of the day response earlier, saying, what taught me is friends who use you won't be your friends for the long run. If I'm being honest, the paths I choose, I wish I never did. I only have one who I talk to nonstop no matter what time it is, and hit or miss with others. If you stay yourself, you realize who your real friends are, and then others that are hiding behind these masks. That right there, that is the key lesson of everything you just said, I think. If you stay true to yourself, you realize who your real friends are. And then you realize the ones that are hiding behind masks. Because when you're true to yourself, like, other people are kind of trying to do, like, they're on the other side of the peer pressure thing too, right? Where it's like they want to maintain their friendships. They want to be friends with the people that they're friends with. But if they don't feel like they're in line with them, then they have to work to try to fit in too. And eventually, people aren't gonna want to continue doing that with people that don't really feel like they fit in with. And for better or worse, they're gonna show their true colors. And so, when you're being true to yourself around people who are trying to like be manipulative and stuff like that, those people might be wearing a mask to seem like they're your buddy. But eventually it's gonna come out that they're trying to use you for one reason or another, and they're not gonna be able to hide that fact anymore, and you're gonna see it because you're invested in being your own person. And when you're invested in being your own person, you start to realize what things in your life serve your best interests and what things don't. When you're living your life to try and be the best person for other people, you have a hard time seeing that. And so you're constantly viewing your life through a lens of, how do I be a better person for this person? Instead of, how does this person fit into my life? And do they fit well or not? Being true to yourself is so important, everybody. And Ash, thank you for sharing that and driving that point home. Because, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And that's sound advice. Sounds like that was at the core of choosing the right path for yourself in the long run, was being true to yourself. Is that right? Okay, so Eastern Road is where we need to go. Got to catch some fish. We've got to hit up Facade. And then I guess on our way out of Facade, we'll go back to the Lost Shrine before we come back this way. Oh, she says, I'm good. Still full of energy after Hourhouse Hollow, even though it was an hour and a half ago. Oh, yeah. It's like 7:07 right now, huh? It's been a little while. Did it go pretty well then? Sounds like it was a positive match. I'm glad to hear that you're doing pretty good. Are you looking forward to Halloween tomorrow? Hey, it's hydrate time, everybody. Go get yourself a drink if you haven't got one. And if you got one, take a sip of it. If you don't, you're gonna end up like this goat over here. It's very confused. He's got a lot of questions in his life. And, you know what? I think that at this very moment, he is doing his darndest to find the answers to those questions. Hey, buddy. Hey, you need some help? Can I help you out getting to where you're going? This is a rock. You can't go through rocks. Emil, help. Emil, guide this lost soul. There you go. Nice. What a good boy. Emil, you're a good boy. Oh God, now we lost him. He took whatever was going on with that goat, and now he's just staring into nothing. Fixated on this rock. Look, we gotta get out of here, dude. Bye. We got fish to catch. All right, I don't think that these fish are gonna be that difficult to pick up. That goat is my spirit animal. You really have a deep level of connection with that goat. Oh man. So Yin, responding to my feedback earlier, says, no, I don't think so, to be honest. Because during those 4 years for me, I tried to fill my time with games and other stuff to occupy my mind, instead of trying to get to know myself. Only in the past year, when I tried getting out more, I've been questioning myself and wondering, how do I truly see myself? And that's what allowed me to accept being me, and also accept that I have to be honest with myself, and try not to hide my issues that I've caused myself, instead of hiding them from myself, if that makes any sense. That does make sense. And I've got to say, before I cast my line into this river here, that I appreciate this perspective a lot, because it's like you learned the same type of lessons that I learned, but from like the opposite, scenarios. So like I learned that stuff about myself by taking time to just be alone and be by myself, and explore myself that way. And you learned that by getting out and spending time in the world and, you know, having new experiences with other people. Which I think there's probably a lot of reasons for why those differences, or for why that ended up working for both of us in different ways. Like we achieved the same result with different approaches. And I imagine that a lot of that has to do with like our background, right? But I think it's so interesting to point that out, because like, one, I noticed that whenever I was explaining like my situation, that I was kind of explaining it in a way that in my mind, I was like, I think this is the right way for people to learn this type of lesson, because this is the way that I learned that lesson. And I wanted to ask you if that lined up or not, because of what you just said right now. Like if it didn't, then, you know, now other people can see that, nope, there's a different way to actually get that same type of lesson out of your life, that I would not have been able to come up with, because that wasn't my experience. And I think it's really interesting to see that. So thank you for sharing again. What do you think it was about getting out and, you know, having new experiences and just sort of getting out of your head, so to speak, that allowed you to accept yourself more and understand who you were as a person? Like, how did that work? I'm gonna catch a fish. It was with earthworms, I think, right, Jen? You're dressing as a black mage? Hell yeah, Agent Pie.
I wonder if I've beaten that old fisherman yet.
One wonders how talented a fisherman he actually is.
On.
You saw that chip on his shoulder. He must be
On.
amazing.
Have you actually seen him in action?
No.
Well,
Yep. We haven't
off
seen him
to
fish
fishing.
once.
Yep.
We haven't seen that old man fish one time. Yet somehow he's the world's greatest fisherman and also some sort of assassin. Spooky guy. Spooky Ron Burgundy. Come on, fishy. Come on. Come to fence. Jump on out the water. We're so close. There we go. Dude, that's huge. That's a long boy. Thin Colo match. Coliseum, but elimination round kind of thing. You lose once and you're out. But Yozaron is pretty close, but we came out victorious. It sounds like it's like a tournament kind of thing. No? Were there like multiple guilds fighting each other? That almost seems like a round robin type of deal. You're not excited for Halloween? Oh, she says mostly because what? What the hell was that? Excuse me? Mr. Goat? Listen. Don't do it. Don't you freaking do it. Oh! That's it. Get him. Why? Why was he so hell-bent on hurting me? I was fishing! It's such a peaceful activity! You jerk. Anyway, about Hoshi not being excited for Halloween, she's saying that, she's not excited because she can't eat a lot of candy. Oh! Your dentist grounded you from eating sweets. That's a bummer. Well, there's other stuff to enjoy about Halloween, though. Like, do you like dressing up and doing the costume thing, or, you know, carving pumpkins and stuff like that? What about movies? Do you enjoy, like, spooky movies? Hey, well, that's okay, Yin. I figured I would just ask anyways to hear your perspective, but man, if it worked for you, it worked. And it sounds like that it gave you what you needed to start taking the path in life that you wanted to take that was gonna be good for you. So I'm really glad. Wait, Pi, you've been handing out flowers to people in 14? What, do you just like go and do trade requests with people and be like, here you go, here's some flowers, and then leave? Who do you think you are, man? Aerith? That's pretty nice of you, though. Oh, I understand, Hoshi. Dang. Well, if money weren't an issue, and you could dress up as anyone this Halloween, who would you dress up as? Or what would you dress up as? Aerith does ask for money. You're right, Prince. You're right. So welcome back home, buddy. Happy Saturday to you. Hi, Money. Welcome back home. Oh. She says, man, I'm never gonna hear Money the same. I just popped in and thought I was an issue. I was thinking, what did I do? I just got here. Aerith was asking for you. The hell did you do? Why you causing problems, Money? Money is the root of all evil. Oh, man. How are you doing today? Happy Saturday. Your laptop just died. Throw a Phoenix down at it. That'll probably bring it back. Hoshi, you gotta share dinner. You know there's very hungry people on the fence right now, right? We can't just feed everyone with this fish. Although, maybe we can. That thing is pretty huge. Oh, you put up a party finder pie. It's saying that you're handing them out. That's a good way to go about that. That's awesome. Oh, cool. So you like give them a choice on the color that they want? That's so nice. Evanescence, you started playing Persona 5 Royal again? You know, I was looking at Persona 5 Royal last night because I realized that I bought it, and I was like just browsing through my collection because I was figuring out what games I wanted to start downloading, because I've got a lot of stuff that I haven't played yet, but I'm starting to finish games that I've been playing in my downtime, so it's time to pick a new one. And I saw that I had that in my library, and I was like, since when? I forgot that I bought it. There must have been a sale not too long ago, and I was like, oh, that's a good price. I just gotta pick that up. Okay, so we got our royal fish. And now we gotta go to Facade. Sweet. Da-da-da-da. So we'll take the mask back. We will... Oh, this is at the Lost Shrine. And then we gotta go to the Strange Things store. Okay. Buffalo wings. That sounds awesome. Hoshi, you're the best. I want buffalo wings. Vance wants buffalo wings. Actually, now that we're talking about it, I haven't had wings in a long time. Sounds delicious. Love P5 to death. It's awesome. I haven't played Royal yet. I was a big fan of Persona 5 though. My current stance on it is the same one that I have with the Death Stranding Director's Cut at the moment, which is that both of those games are going to require me to invest a major amount of time into them to play, meaning that I won't be playing any other games until I'm done with that. So I'm kind of not going to do that just now, because there's several other things that I want to play, like Resident Evil Village, and also the remakes of Resident Evil 2 and 3. I've been wanting to play those for quite some time now. So I think that's what I'm going to jump onto next. I just finished Metroid Dread as well. And oh my gosh, that game is awesome. That is the best Metroid game, in my opinion. Had a blast with it. And boy, I tell you, it had a twist in the story that just... It made my jaw drop in a way that I didn't expect it to while playing a Metroid game. I was just like, wow, that's amazing. Damn it, stupid scorpion. It's very cool. If anyone's got a Switch out there and you like that kind of game, you should totally pick up Metroid Dread. I might want you to order buffalo wings. Yeah, Jen. That sounds pretty good, actually. Asher said earlier that yes, staying true to yourself has its ups and downs, but it makes you learn, why should I myself put a character that isn't me around them and not actually be myself? I mean, I learned, oh, I should just be me. It's basically like you're growing your backbone to see, oh, if I'm not myself, I should start now. And if you understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah, what I'm hearing you say is that, like, there are some challenges, for sure, that come with staying true to yourself. And there's ups and downs, right? But, oh, I almost died. But what's the point of being around people who don't like you for who you are? If you have to be someone that you're not in order for them to like you, then, like, you know, they don't really like you to begin with, right? And then I'm also hearing you say that, like, okay, so when you realize that, you should just be yourself. And, you know, it takes some courage, takes some backbone, as you say, to be yourself. And whenever you realize that like you know that you can start to be yourself at any time, and make that change, it's up to you. And that makes sense to me. Chat, does anybody out there have a hard time just being true to themselves? It's okay if you do. I'm just curious. I think it's a challenging thing to do. You know? Has anybody given you 5 gil for the flower yet, Pi? A person gave 15K? Wow. That's surprising. What a generous benefactor. You didn't play Persona 5 this month, Prince, but you're going back to it. Oh, you're going back to it this month? You mean next month? We got like one more day left in this month. Let's see. At a week a month and a palace per week, I expect to be done in January. Oh, I see. Oh, do you usually schedule out your playtime with games? Asian Pie's doing some mini tacos? Ooh, that sounds good. Like street tacos? Oh, that's awesome, Hoshi. I'm really happy to hear you say that. I think that, you have never struck me as a person who was not being, like, genuine in who they were. And it's weird, like, people can read that too, you know? I think that people can detect it, like, they can feel it. There's some sort of energy there whenever someone's not being their honest self. Most of us are used to being exposed to that, so we just sort of like, you know, we kind of make a mental note and then, you know, continue our interactions with the person. But it stands out when someone's being genuine, I think.
Hey,
and it's interesting how it's kind of foreign. Like, it's a foreign feeling to me to see people that are being, like, really genuine with themselves. And it's not because I don't think that people can be. I just think I meet a lot more people who are trying to be something or be someone other than themselves than I do those who are just living their best life. Not that I judge them for it or anything like that. It's just, I start to notice it more, you know, that's kind of how it is. What is it about this area that makes Emil just, like, fly off the handle? Look at this boy. He can't sit still. I'm distracted. Fountain pump? No, that's not something I have. I could probably build one, but I need metal and electrical parts. It may be difficult to find them all.
What do you need?
I need 10 broken motors and 10 severed cables. You should be able to salvage them both from robots.
All right, I'm on it.
More robots? Dang it, man. Emil's not okay. I started talking about him and he got depressed. Now he's just sad. Oh. Never mind. He's not very sad, is he? Oh, his face always sends me. Gonna dip out and do stuff before a 3D modeling stream later? Alright, man. Thanks for hanging with us and sharing your story for a while, CJ. It was good spending time with you, man. Good luck on your stream. And before you go, what are you modeling, man? Also, I know that you're typically streaming on Discord now, but if you do stream on Twitch, should let me ask, are you streaming on Twitch at all anymore? If so, we'll send some people over to your channel so they can follow you real quick. Actually, I'm gonna say this. If you are a streamer, if anyone in the chat is a streamer, raise your hand. And everybody else, go follow each other. Show each other some love and support. All right, man.
I got what you need.
Remember I had 99 of all of these robot parts?
I'll let him know.
Cool. All right, so we just got to go back to the fountain guard and let them know that they're going to deliver the pump. And now we've got to go talk to the king's guard. Meow, wow, 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 wow. Hello.
I've got your things. Stung.
Now we can create the mask. Oh, thank you very much.
What manner of ceremony is this mask for?
The king will wear this mask when he's pondering a new rule. Interesting.
That's a pretty specialized mask.
It's a thinking mask. CJ is streaming on Twitch once a week now for the time being. Okay. There's a countdown on the channel page. And you're going to continue working on the character I want to use as a VR avatar. Dude, awesome. That's so cool. You're getting to the point where you need to seriously consider texturing, and it's terrifying. I imagine that texture has got to be like one of the most intricate and in-depth processes. Is that right? 'Cause, I mean, that's where all the detail and, like, I guess, character comes from. Dude, you got this. You got this. Don't be afraid. I believe in you, man. Keep sharing your progress with us, too. It's been pretty cool to see. Here's your payment, by the way. Is it 5,000? What, is it 500,000 gold? Ah, 10,000. I guess I can take that. Hey, how come I've been getting more gold from, like, these destitute villagers than I am this royalty? Or servant to royalty? What gives? What do? Go talk to our friend. All right, CJ, keep your head up and your heart strong, man. Talk to you later. Have a good stream. Okay, the king is nowhere to be found. That's fine. Everything's fine. We're just, we're gonna leave then. So, Prince, I saw that you said you usually schedule out your, like, game time? Have you always done that? Or was that something you just started doing more recently? So I'm thinking about that, and you know what? That's a pretty darn good idea. Like, if I'm thinking about it in the context of I want to play more games, structuring it a little bit might actually help me do that. 'Cause I do feel like I miss out on a lot of stuff that comes out these days. Oh, only for streaming. I see. I thought you were talking about, like, just in general. Asher says, I was a streamer, but my gaming PC took a crap. Hate when that happens. I have had that happen to me a time or two as well. I had to buy new parts because my computer just would no longer run stuff. Do you guys remember when we were trying to play Kind Words on stream, and whenever I would stream it, the frame rate for the whole stream would just like tank? That was so weird. Like, that is not an intensive game by any means, but for some reason, at the time, my computer just couldn't handle it. All right, so let's go over here to Mr. Red Bagman, and we're gonna go to the Lost Shrine, and we'll find that room where sunlight doesn't reach. We'll get our treasure, and then we'll go back to the junk heap. Because we have to get toad oil.
Turns out that when my wife says do something, what she actually means is do it now. Last night I tried to put a chore off until later, and boy howdy, that did not end well.
Boy howdy, that did not end well.
Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
It keeps you from getting burned out on a game. Oh, okay, you switch to a different game each week. That's actually pretty cool. How many days a week do you stream, Prince? Also, Ash, do you ever have any plans to get back into streaming? 4 days a week? You're gonna keep Friday open, so Monday through Thursday? And how often do you usually stream, like for how long do you usually stream, I mean? Garrett! Welcome back, buddy. Thought we lost you to Snooze Town. I'm trying to remember where that room where sunlight doesn't reach is. Just gonna have to wing it because I cannot remember. 3 to 5 hours. Okay, depending on how or when you start and how close you are to the end of something. Yeah, if you're like close to the end of a game, it kind of motivates you just to keep going until it's done, doesn't it? I'm trying to remember where the room with no sunlight in it is. Because that's where the treasure for this map is. Strength capsule, cool. There you go. We try a cellar. I don't think there's a cellar in this place. Is there any chair that you think you have in mind, Prince? hello. Up we go. Wow, I didn't even think you could summon this in midair, but that actually works pretty well, didn't it? Cool. Stay back. I think he's dead. No? He's not dead. No, he's dead. He's a resilient guy. It's one of those back hallways on the second floor. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm just gonna run across it. Whoa. All right, Ash. You have yourself an awesome night. Happy early Halloween, and keep your head up and your heart strong out there. Thanks for coming on in and saying hi. It was good to see you. Anyone know the name of the song that's playing during the battle? I don't know offhand. I'll tell you what though, the battle version of this track is one of my favorite tracks in this whole soundtrack. It's the strings, man. The strings are so good. I don't think it's gonna be any of these. 3 more hours. You got this. You're through the longest part of the day already. Alright, we'll just keep going. Snooze Town is still sieging big time. You gonna win through a war of attrition? Instead of progressing forwards, you'll go backward until you hit a dead end, which is where it is. Oh! Oh, I know what that room is then. I know where it is. Out of my way, you nerds! All right. I believe it's on the 3rd floor. So we'll go through here. Or wait. Unless it's over here. I don't think it's here, but I'm gonna double check anyway. A pew pew particle effects. Pile of junk.
Is this the treasure?
I'm glad I doubled back here because I was thinking it was a different room. Also, there's sunlight hitting here. Oh no, it's not sunlight. Wait a minute.
Naught but a pile of junk. It seems this treasure map was a ruse.
Now what? His wife isn't gonna like this at all.
I've never looked up in these hallways. This is just an industrial kind of complex from the inside. It looks like an apartment complex from the outside. But look at the lights. It's like factory style. What the hell? That throws me for a loop. Got like sheet metal rafters and stuff up there. All right, well, we're done here. We're just gonna bounce out. Do you know what kind of chairs that you find comfortable? I'm not asking for any specific reason. Like I don't have a chair in mind or anything for you, Prince. I'm just curious. I remember before I started buying these like, what do you call them? These like racing chairs. I thought that I would like a really soft, kind of cushy kind of chair. And every time I had one, my back would just hurt. And I've come to realize that I really like firm, sort of rigid chairs. that kind of help promote better posture for me. Like, I'm one of those lumbar pillow people who just love it, you know? I'm always using mine. Are these sharks with lasers on their heads? Nope, but giant flying swords, man. This dude got some fancy fighting moves. It's better than sharks with lasers on their heads. Or is it? Why can't I have both? Up. I can't see. I can't see. Oh god, why'd the camera move on me?
Hey, Vice. Yes, lad. Is there a way to swim using magic or... No. Figures.
Oh, that's funny. Man, I am still, like, kind of curious if this area here isn't part of, like, not Sunken City, the Forgotten City? I don't know, the city area of Automata, just because of all these pipes that are coming in and out of it. Although, yeah, maybe the Sunken City would make more sense. I don't know. We're also talking a timeline that's like 13,000 years in the future too, so it might not even be part of it at all. Actually, that doesn't make sense, because I think in one of the books that I was reading about it, there's a mission that 2B and 9S go on where they actually come to this shrine, but it's in the middle of a desert. So never mind, I digress. That wouldn't make any sense.
I've decided to tell my wife a killer joke that makes her bust a gut once a day. Great idea, right? Hey, by the way, you don't happen to know any good jokes, do you?
This guy's got a good heart.
Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
Northern Plains. We're gonna go to the junk heap. The chair you have has a lower back massage feature. Agent Pie, that sounds amazing. Prince's current chair is rock hard, dips forward, and doesn't rock back easy enough. Oh no. That's no good. Sounds like anything at this point would be better than your current chair. How long have you had that sucker? The armrest is bent too? Oh dang. Yeah, that's gotta be uncomfortable to sit in for long periods of time. I remember when I started streaming, I was just using like one of those kitchen chairs with like the metal backs, and that was really, really uncomfortable. So there was another period of time where I was streaming out of my bedroom, and so I had like one of those posture pillows, and I would just sit on my bed with the posture pillow, and I would stream that way. But no matter what, whether it was the chair, whether it was the posture pillow on the bed, my back would just start killing me after a couple hours, and then I'd just end up powering through it, which is amazing looking back, because I used to stream for like 12 hours at a time back then, and I don't know why I did that. Well, yeah, I do. There's a few reasons why, but looking back, I don't think I would do it again that way, because it was just murder on my back. But as soon as I got a good chair, oh, it was a game changer. I could stream all day and my back would have no problem. Now I'm getting older, and even with a good chair, I still feel it in my back. So I probably gotta start figuring out a different way
Hey, Vice.
to keep my back in
What
good
was
shape.
this big old bridge used for, anyway?
Ah, yes. This was a road for the large iron crates I mentioned earlier.
Wow. Why is it so big?
Because the iron crates moved at high speed and were crammed to the gills with cargo and people.
Really? With people?
Humans lived very differently long ago.
There must have been so many people here.
Boy, howdy. Okay, bye, Emil. It just zoomed off. Where are you going, man? I love the way they describe things like trains and skyscrapers and stuff like that in this game. Like such foreign concepts to them. The place where you fight that super annoying, horrible sea machine boss, or the one around where the ground sinks. The one around where the ground sinks is what I was originally thinking, Money. Groon, I think, is the boss that you're talking about. God, what an awesome point in the game. That boss battle, it's hard, but it's so freaking cool. Yeah, the quote unquote gamer chairs with like the colors and stuff that you're talking about, like this, like one that I got, I just found them to be very comfortable. Like the colors and everything don't really matter to me. I mean, I like my blue. I think I like getting stuff that's blue, but I sat in one of them once, and it was before I got my first one, because I ended up getting, I think the first one I got, you guys bought for me. It was one of the DX Racers, I think. And I remember before I put up like a quest for him, or for that chair, I like sat in one, and I was like, oh my God, like, this is it right here. This is the magic. I didn't know you could sit in a chair and it could just feel so comfortable. I was like, I have to get one, because I'd never sat in a chair that felt that comfortable before. And that's kind of what sold me on them. I just really like that seat style. And then I ended up getting, like my car that I bought. I find that like that seating style is just my favorite kind of seat, like bucket seats. And so now that was one of the decisions, or the deciding factors, and the car that I ended up getting too, because it had bucket seats that were styled very much like this in terms of like the way that they're shaped. It's just very, very comfortable for me.
Welcome. How can I help you?
I need a vial of toad oil for some medicine.
Pulling an all-nighter, eh? Well, good luck with that, sir.
Huh?
All that shade slaying must be tough. I bet you use this stuff all the time.
I have no idea what's happening, but whatever.
What?
Let's just get this back to the client.
Oh my goodness. Heal Everhard, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that love and support. Can we get some welcome commands out there for Heart, please? Bring him on over to our side of the fence. That's good to see ya. Glad you're enjoying the show. Sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around this, the stuff that this man wants. He keeps saying that he wants a cure for his seasickness, and we've got him male enhancement leaf and energy drink oil. I think, what is happening? It seems like these are fairly well-known effects for these products too, or these substances. This guy's taking us for a ride, everybody. Oh my gosh. Hey, very nice to meet you, Hart. How are you doing tonight? Happy Saturday to you. Why does this coffee taste like mud? Fresh grounds? What? Fresh ground coffee doesn't taste like mud. It tastes like heaven. You're getting mud confused for heaven. All right, Garrett, have a wonderful night tonight, my friend. Keep your head up and your heart strong, and I hope you have good sleep, buddy. Also, happy Halloween, man. Because I know it's already Halloween time over there for you. City ruins, that's it. I'm over here trying to overcomplicate it, man. Nice to meet another heart. Yeah. You guys are like kindred spirits. Kindred hearts. Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime. All right. Oh, this is a pretty cool time of day. Okay, before we go back to the village, is there anything else that I needed to do? This one is the flower one. The faded fountain one is done. We just need to report it. The damaged map, we just need to report it. Actually, I think that one continues on for a bit, no? And we just need to report that one. Sweet. With a nudge and a wink, the younger brother sold you some toad oil. Dang it. This seafaring salesman is making me feel way too dirty. It's not okay. I'm a good boy. He can't be ruining my reputation like this. Don't leave alphabet soup on the stove. It could spell disaster. Ho ho! Someone should give that joke to the red bag man so he can tell his wife. That's a good one. All right, back to the village we go. Boop boop ba boop boop beep boop boo. Oh. Why isn't it letting me drift? What the heck? Can it probably just lead to their divorce? No, it can only strengthen their relationship, Evanescence. Come on. Puns bake buns. Okay? I don't know what that means, but there it is. There are 3 types of people in this world, says Pime. Those who can count, and those who can't. What about those who you can count on? Okay. All right, let's go turn some stuff in. Where to start? I guess this is all in the plaza, so just go do it there. Check the Nier tag to see who is streaming as a Nier mega fan. And it's fun to see people trying out Nier for the first time. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, man, thank you. We're huge fans here too. Nier's one of my favorite series ever. I played the original Nier Gestalt a couple years back now. I guess maybe it was just like a year and a half ago now. And didn't fully complete it. I think we played through up to Route C. It's been some time now, so I don't remember everything. But yeah, so this is my first time playing this remake, and then Nier Automata was like life-changing when I played that game. Like that's one of my favorite games ever. They're amazing. Well, they're amazing games. And then I've been a fan of the Drakengard series for a long time. I started playing those ones around the time that like Devil May Cry 1 and 2 were coming out. Because they're like around the same era. But I had no idea like what they were about or anything back then. Because I was but a wee lad. And now it's been fun to revisit these universes again. Or that universe in particular. Through understanding like that this universe is kind of like a spin-off of those ones. And it's been cool. So, you know, we've been really enjoying all of Yoko Taro's stuff lately. And then we've been trying to like get other people into it too, because it's so awesome. It's so cool to get into. I love the way that man's mind works in his stories. They're just so impactful and emotional. Hey Togo, what's going on, buddy? Welcome back.
Thanks much. Here's a little
Thanks
something,
much.
just because I care.
Thanks, dude. 20K, man. I don't need money for much at this point. Love Automata so much, says Heart. I was emotionally wrecked for days after I played it. Oh my god. Me too! Me too! It's so wild. Like, the way that game ends takes you for such a ride emotionally. And then when you achieve the true ending, like, I just... There's a lot. There's a lot there to unpack once you achieve that. I remember feeling very similar to what you're describing, an emotional wreck. That was actually probably the best way I could describe it. I was working at a hotel as a front desk clerk at the time, and when I finished that game, I remember it was like right before I had to go to work. Like, I finished the ending E, and then let the credits roll and tried to like decompress from that experience with my chat before I went into work. And those were some really, really long shifts for like the rest of that week. It's like, I got to work and I remember my colleague was like I walked in and it must have shown on my face that something was up. They were like, "Are you okay? Like, what's wrong?" And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "You look like something happened to you." And I was like, "Oh, I just finished this game." And like, as I said that, I was like, okay, now how do I follow up with something that's gonna like justify how I'm acting right now? And I couldn't think of nothing. I just told them, I was like, it was rough. Yeah. You know? I was like, this game messed me up, man. And they were actually pretty nice though. On our lunch break, they were like, "So tell me about this game," and I told them a little bit about it and like how I was feeling with it. They didn't get it, but it was nice of them to let me talk. But yeah, it messed me up, man. And it's funny too, because I remember telling like all the guests that came in, who actually like wanted to talk to us front desk staff, because that would happen a lot, you know. Sometimes people would come in and be like regulars or something, and so they would be like, "How are you doing? Like, it's been a couple months since we've seen each other. Like, what's been going on here? Oh, here's what's been going on with me." So a couple of those folks came in and we started talking. And the first thing that's on my mind, of course, is that game. And so I'll try to talk to them about it. They'd be like, "Oh, that sounds really cool. I have to check out that game." I wonder how many of them actually did.
What have we got today? Which job should I give you first? The tavern keeper in Seafront needs your help. I think he's looking for food again. Guy must be really hungry.
Okay. Yep.
I wrote down the client's location on your map, so head over there to get the details.
Got it. Togo's answered the question of the day, which, just a refresher, everybody, our question of the day today is, if you could go back in time 5 years and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be? Togo says, to trust your friends, but never too much, or they'll hurt you a lot when you figure out what they truly are. Oh, that's kind of a lot to unpack there, isn't it, Togo? I'm sorry to hear that you've gotten hurt in your life, man. That's unfortunate. I think that, you know, there's something here. Like, yeah, you can become friends with people that maybe aren't the best of people. And whenever you're like too trusting with people who maybe haven't earned your trust, then when they show their true colors, it's gonna hurt you, right? That sucks. But sometimes people are like that, you know? Thank you for sharing your response, Togo. I think that, you know, it kind of goes along the lines of what Ash was talking about with this subject here earlier, where she was saying that, like, you know, essentially she was saying, like, pick good people to be with and avoid the wrong people to be with, because sometimes you can get in with the wrong crowd and they can lead you down some bad places, or they can hurt you and use you. Whereas if you get in with the right people and you make the right kinds of friends, then they can really benefit your life and have a positive impact on your well-being. And one of the ways to do that is to be true to yourself. And so, you know, whatever, because I've been in those positions too, where I've trusted friends too much and they've kind of turned around and hurt me. I don't think that collect my thoughts here. I don't think that the mistake on our part lies in placing trust in our friends. I think instead it's giving away trust freely. Does that make sense? Like, of all the people in the world that should have our trust, I believe that our friends are the ones who do deserve to have our trust. But I don't think that we should give our trust away so freely to those who haven't earned it. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a harmful thing. I think that it's just, one, it's kind of like self-preserving, and it's a sign of like you respecting yourself as well. But it forms healthier relationships. Like, by not giving away trust freely, you give people in your life opportunities to show who they are to you, or who you are to them. And that's going to give you an indicator as to how much time and energy you should invest into that relationship. And so, you know, if someone's treating you right and being a good person and a good friend to you and is showing you that they're invested in you, then at that point it's like, cool, like maybe I should be giving this person more of my trust, investing more time and energy into this relationship, because clearly they are interested in me. Whereas, you know, if you just want to be the type of person who's just going to trust freely all the time and give of yourself all the time, and people don't have to earn that, then they're going to learn that you're just always going to give. And so even people who aren't interested in investing much time or energy into your life are going to expect you to give, and they're going to keep trying to take. And that's where you're going to get hurt, because you place trust into relationships like that. So, you know, yeah, like the level of trust in that kind of relationship, like if you give too much trust into that relationship, yeah, it's going to hurt you. But I think the context matters, and the lesson that'll be learned there maybe is not that you shouldn't place too much trust into your friendships, but that you should evaluate the quality of the friendships that you have and determine which ones are more worthwhile to place trust into. Because not all friendships are created equal. They're not all the same, right? That's my thoughts on it. But what do you think, chat? You know, when it comes to placing trust in relationships and friendships, what are your thoughts on that subject?
How'd it go?
It's real bad. We got a pile of junk.
We followed the map, but all we found was a pile of junk.
I see. In that case, can I ask you to sell my jade hair ornament and purchase something shiny with the proceeds? Then we can give it to him and pretend that you found it.
You sure? This looks pretty valuable.
That's because it is. But if it keeps that idiot husband of mine home safe, then it's worth it.
Oh. She cares so much for her wife. For her husband.
Well,
whoops.
Should we obey the wife's request and sell her jade hair ornament?
Can we just keep it and put it in our own hair? I want to be pretty. Actually, is there any pros or cons to keeping or selling the hair ornament here? You played Sino Alice, Heart? Yeah, that game was cool. Actually, our friend Hoshi, who was in here earlier, she was someone that we used to play that game with on a regular basis. That was a lot of fun whenever we were running a guild, because much of that game is like guild based. But there was something so interesting about the tales. Like the character stories and everything in that game are so wild and out there. And it was just like a very dark kind of universe. Which I think a lot of it was interesting because there was so much morbidity to it. And one of my favorite parts about it were like all the weapon stories that were in it, because they had such interesting stories just attached to some of the most like throwaway weapons that were there. And I had a good time exploring them. It was a universe I enjoyed for sure. But as a game, it became difficult to continue playing without a major time investment into it. Whereas if I didn't put that much time into it, then the game sort of started losing its value to me. So I kind of fell off of it too for a while. We haven't played it in a long time. But Near Reincarnation, man, I'm not gonna lie, I have fallen off of that one. Just because it got really difficult to continue like upgrading and leveling up. I am having such a hard time keeping money in my wallet in that game. Which sucks because they just came out with a new story update, and man, the narrative in that game is really cool. And I know that they're treating that game as like the sequel to the Nier universe too, so I want to keep up with it. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stay invested in it long term as a player. But I'll definitely stay invested in the narrative. I think I'll hang on to the hair ornament. I'm gonna follow Heart's advice here.
That ornament's important to you, isn't it? Let me talk to your husband about giving up on all this treasure business.
You do that? All right, thank you.
Cool. Next morning.
Did you find it? Was there gold, or silver, or jewel-encrusted scepters with magnificent diamonds on every end?
It was rubbish. A large, worthless pile of trash.
Trash, huh? Damn. Still, I'm not gonna give up. I'll find another map, and I'll...
Perhaps you should stop being such a self-absorbed jackass and instead spare a single thought for the woman you married. That woman cares very much for your safety, and each time you trudge forth with dreams of avarice spinning round your insignificant mind, a small piece of her dies. Would you truly put her through such agony? Would you allow your greatest love to suffer so you can scratch at the earth for treasure like some headless barnyard hen?
I think that's enough, Vice. Look, your wife just wants you to be safe. Hell, she was willing to sell her hair ornament so you'd think I found something. That's how much she worries about you.
I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. Oh, honey, I've been such a fool.
It's all right, dear. I'm just glad you understand.
I've turned over a new leaf, friend. From now on, my life is devoted to my wife's happiness. Oh, but wait. There's one more thing. Here. This is the first map I ever found. Take it. I won't be needing it anymore.
This map's even more cryptic than the last one.
Yet I feel confident the rubbish it will lead us to is the same. Now come, we've little time to waste with such trifles.
Probably, but treasure hunting is all about believing in what's possible, Vice.
Such things are beyond even my comprehension.
Think of it as a game, if that helps. Now let's go talk to Popola and see if she can help with the map.
Oh boy. So, that was kind of sweet, but it's leaving me feeling some sort of way. I appreciate that the man was willing to like take his wife's feelings into consideration, and if this thing that he was doing was so upsetting and distressing for her, to just be like, it's not worth it because I care about her and value her a lot. I cannot help but wonder though, because he seems to have such a storied history with treasure hunting, and he seems to be really passionate about it. The value of what it is that he is giving up. Not that I don't agree with his decision. I think that it's good that he did that. I think that if I was in this similar position, I would also do the same. But I wonder. I don't know if we are going to get to see any of the long-term effects of that, but it's interesting to think about. Robo Girl got shish kebabbed, Evanescence? What? Oh, when I was talking about Nier Automata. Yeah.
Why am I the only one working?
I didn't even think to explain it that way, to be honest. It hit me in such a, like, profound way that, like, it's like one of those things that happens in your life that changes the way you look at the world and changes the way you feel about life. It hit me in that kind of way, and I had a hard time putting that into words when I was trying to talk about it. So what I ended up doing is talking about, like, the philosophy that was in Nier Automata and the types of stories that were being told in the game and the types of characters that existed and, like, what their struggles and emotional perspectives were in the settings that they were placed in. And that was kind of how I tried to talk about it, which it landed with some people and was very much lost on others. Weiss is the best. Phenomenal character. All right, nothing else in here. Every once in a while, some, like, money and stuff pops up in there. All right, so we talked to Popola. We need to go to Seafront to get the next quest from the Tavern Keeper.
I fear the next card fate holds.
Don't talk to me about fate and cards. Although, speaking of, has anybody played the new Yoko Taro game, Voice of the Cards? I'm interested in checking that one out. Commander Bad, she's definitely the bad guy behind all this. She's the worst. Commander's a monster. I'll die on this hill. The old lady, I know. And I'm here too. Gonna go home and just be glad to be a part of that story.
Hey, I've got another map for you.
All right, let me take a look.
Here.
Well, the code on this is pretty tricky, but I think it's a map of the Northern Plains. It mentions something about the place where the Iron Bridge starts, but that's all I can make out. Sorry I can't be more help.
Where the Iron Bridge
No, this
starts.
is great, Popola. Thanks.
I think I remember where this one is, actually. Aw. It's so funny. Every time I mention money, I think about what she's saying earlier, about how I'll never hear the word money the same again, because she always interprets it as if someone's talking about her. So when I said that, I was like, I wonder if money's gonna hear that as me talking about her. Sure enough, but popping up in our house, money. Those of you in the chat who are unaware, Evanescence went by the handle Money Bath for a very long time, and so a lot of us in here know her as Money.
If you hadn't saved the village
Oops. So that's kind of that's why this is funny. If you guys are just coming in and you haven't checked it out yet, feel free to answer our question of the day. We get a new one for you every single day that we're live on Fence TV, so come back on by and see what all the buzz is about. Today I'm asking you guys if you could go back in time 5 years and give yourselves one piece of advice, what would that piece of advice be? All right, I think this one is over yonder. I think it's underneath this bridge. he says, never gonna let that go. Whenever it says, I don't have enough money, I just think, oh, you don't have enough me, huh? Yeah, do better, money. Be more. Gosh. I tell you what, fam, I'm ready for the music in this zone to stop being so somber. I miss my Mr. Mime song. All right, come to me, treasure. There it is. Look at that. Is it more rubbish? It's not. It's a spear. Oh.
Wow.
Cool.
It would appear this latest treasure map was the real thing.
Yeah, I'd say this is an ample reward.
All right. Another quest down. Another spear gotten. Check it out. Let's see. It's not very good though, is it? Little disappointed in that. I'm gonna poke you. Come here, I'm gonna poke you. It looks cool though. Weird to be wielding a very heavy spear. It doesn't feel very heavy. All right. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, Hart. I was asking that a minute ago, but it doesn't sound like anybody's played it. It seems cool. I thought about picking it up, but I think I'm gonna wait a little bit before I do. Oh, come on. Emil, you pushed him out of my way. I was about to give him a whooping. Okay. Next steps. We've got Fisherman's Gambit, learning a trade. All right, so we have to go back to Seafront. All right. I can't believe we've worked through so many side quests. Fantastic. Thunderleaf, what's going on? Welcome to the fence. This game's psychedelic. What are your thoughts and opinions on it? Oh man, it is fantastic. So first of all, I was a fan of the original release of the game, despite its issues, but I never played through all of its various endings. So when this one came out, I had played Nier Automata and just fell in absolute love with that game because of the stories that were being told in it and the philosophy and how deep the game was and its assessment of human nature. And that was the same kind of thing that I loved so much about the original release of this game. And so I was like, oh, awesome. Like this remaster or remake is gonna like modernize the combat. It's gonna, you know, bring up the visuals. I didn't expect them to do so much with the music, but boy, howdy, they did something amazing with this soundtrack. And I was like, yeah, this is gonna be awesome to go back and play and actually get to experience this whole story. And so far, I have really been enjoying it. I think that aside from like game design stuff, like the narrative, the voice acting, the world, the graphics, the soundtrack, all that stuff, it's all very, very good. The world is much more beautiful than I remember it, probably because of these enhancements, but the narrative is something that I still am really enjoying for the same reasons that I mentioned earlier. It's just it's a cool dialogue on human nature and humanity. I think that I mean, I'm still in my first playthrough of this, so we're still like in Route A. I think that, you know, the presentation of the shades is really interesting. And how, like, we're at this point in the game now where they're sort of developing, it seems like they have a deeper sense of self. They're more aware of like the world than a lot of the characters are giving them credit for, because they tend to be viewed as like these just mindless monsters. But it's cool that like there seems to be more going on with them, because we've been questioning stuff about them for like since the beginning. Like, why do they bleed? Why do they have a voice whenever we kill them? What's up with the types of items that they drop from the various types that die, like the small ones dropping school books and stuff like that. And then I don't know, it's a hard game to quantify.
Never ask where something you misplaced
in terms of like what my thoughts on it are.
First. You should have seen the steam coming out of the wife's ears after that one.
It's a very thought-provoking game. There are some things that happen in like the quests that have inspired some really, really deep conversation, such as the moral dilemma that happens with the whole lighthouse lady situation in Seafront, and like how the town is handling her, and the lie that is, you know, her husband, or not her husband, but her lover coming back to her when he died like ages ago. But they're trying to protect her from that information because they know that he's the reason she keeps living, basically. So that was a really interesting quest, and I really enjoyed that being in the game. The thing with what happens with Gideon and his brother, but not just Gideon and his brother, like their mom, and then now we think we found their dad in the Seafront Tavern, which I'm still pretty much convinced that that's who he is. The way that they presented the reveals in that quest line and all the connecting quest lines that involve those characters was really good. Just very thoughtful writing, and I really enjoyed that. The Despicable Man quest line was one of the cooler ones because of how that played into it. But yeah, it's great, man. It's really hard to put all of my thoughts on the game into words, like I said, in short form. But it's very good. I very much like this game, and I'm looking forward to continuing to play and get all that it has to offer out of it.
Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
Seems like you're a pretty big fan of the game, Lieb. Is that right? What do you think of Nier? The combat really is satisfying. Yeah. It's not quite on the same level as Automata to me. But it's like so close it almost doesn't matter. And it's very satisfying. I love how they made magic more mobile in this version of the game. Like, it's so awesome to be able to string magic attacks into your combos, to use them when you're in the air, and to be able to move around while you're charging them up and stuff. I remember that being like one of my main gripes with the original. All right, so we gotta go to the tavern, and we gotta go to, no, not the tavern. We have to go to Fisherman in the trade ship. Okay. Oh wait, we do have to go to the tavern because that's where the next quest is too, that we pick up. All right.
Hey, remember that book you found for me? Well, there's another recipe that piqued my interest. Would you mind helping me out again?
Sure.
What are you making now?
Broiled catfish served over rice. I just need 10 giant catfish and 10 bags of rice. Think you can help me out?
I can.
I need 10
giant catfish. Where do we get giant
Rice,
catfish?
Are there any recipes written inside you?
How dare you compare me to a common cookbook? There is no room within my pages for such trivial matters.
He gets so mad. Right, Mr. Burgundy. Give me your wisdom.
Check it out. I think I'm getting the hang of this.
Well, dip my oar and call me Cecil. Looks like the fisher boy has become a fisherman. But do you think you can push me off of my spot? Come on, let's go.
This guy's so aggro.
And I'm just using my left hand.
I think we've moved beyond fishing at this point.
Yeah. Oh, man. Just need a Drakengard 1 remake and I'd be so happy. But I don't know if today's gaming community is ready for that game. Yeah. That game, it would be a very hard sell. I would clamor for it. I would love a remake of that game. But I should say this. I love the idea of a remake for that game because it is a brilliant game in terms of its themes, its storytelling, and its presentation. It's very, very interesting, and there's no game like it. But it would not be remade in the way that it is originally. And I know that for a fact, just because, well, I guess I can't say I know that for a fact. It's not like I'm in the development team or anything like that to be able to say something like that. But I'm like 99% sure that it wouldn't be released in its original form. And mainly, I feel that way because the original game wasn't even released in the original form that Yoko Taro wanted to create because it was too much. It got watered down, believe it or not, from what he originally intended to make. So it would not fly. And I get why, but it's one of those things that, like, because of all the taboo themes in there and the just like how terrible all of the characters are in that game, it makes me like want it more and want it to be out there more, because I'm like, look, man, I get it if you see these types of people out in real life, like these are bad people, like you can't support that. But where else are you going to get to explore the topic of people who are like that in a safe way, if not a video game, in such an in-depth manner? I mean, yeah, you could read books and stuff like that, but gaming is so powerful in its way to immerse a player into its universe, that I just think that it wouldn't be the same. I think that, like, I'm very much a person who wants to have tough and difficult conversations about subject matter that maybe people aren't always wanting to talk about, if not only just for the sake of being able to explore and learn through those conversations. And I think that game created a big conversation. There's so much to talk about around that. And yeah, I think you're right, though. It won't fly today.
Go out there and catch me 2 blue marlin.
Though, you know, money talks, right? So I think that with the success of the Nier Replicant remake and with the success of Nier Automata, if Drakengard could make lots of money, it might get funded. Like, it might be something that they do. But I would just be very nervous about how it would be done.
How is that special?
Only ever caught one once myself. Bring me those fish, and I'll call ya Master Fisherman for true.
Isn't the blue marlin here, off this pier? Yeah, they're so dysfunctional, you're right. And that's what's so interesting about it, is that at the beginning, it kind of presents itself as, oh, this is going to be a game with, you know, your standard hero tropes. you're gonna have a party of people that all have like their different role to play in the political landscape of this fantasy tale. And they're gonna be an unlikely union that comes together to save the day, right? I mean, it's even kind of marketed that way. And then you play it and all the characters are just awful. They're just awful people. But they're the ones that are trying to like all the fate of humanity hinges on their success in their quests. But they're just the worst. And it's like, it's so interesting, man. Kaim is really cool because he's like, he just wants vengeance all the time, and he's just like all about murder. And he's so about murder that it's great because part of succeeding in saving humanity is murdering the bad people. So by comparison, he, I guess, gets to be less bad because his love of murder is taken out on the people who are gonna bring destruction to the world. But that's like the only thing that redeems his motivation. And all of his party members are like, yeah, you're losing it, dude. Like, you're a dangerous person. And then of course, you know, the supporting party members all have major issues, whether it be the pedophilia from the priest or the woman who just wants to eat children, which that one is very bizarre. And then there's the dragon, who's like the most morally sound character ever. Even though like they themselves, I think they have their own issues. Their grudge against humanity is an understandable one, though, right? It's like the one that makes the most sense in how they live it out with their character compared to the other party members. And it's so interesting in how they end up being like the voice of reason in so many of just the more messed up scenes. Also interesting on how the deranged main character affects the dragon enough to sort of them to undergo a transformation themselves by the end of the game. It's just so interesting. The world is so interesting. Why did I come in here? I think I thought there was something from the postman, but there's nothing. Hold on, let me regain my bearings. Got a little distracted. Gotta catch Blue Marlin. You've got to, oh yeah, the toad oil guy. Hey man, I got your energy drink. I knew you were gonna say something like that, Money. I knew it. A lot of the mechanics would have to be updated. Yeah, it was very repetitive because it was basically trying to rip off Dynasty Warriors in its gameplay, which is in and of itself is already an incredibly redundant franchise. Modern day Dynasty Warriors looks like things like, you know, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity and stuff like that, where it's fun, but it doesn't have any like deeper engaging mechanics, in my opinion. So, I mean, that would be cool though. Like, imagine Drakengard feeling like Age of Calamity. Like, that would be pretty neat. I'd play it. Hey, give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna go and get some water real quick, and I'll be right back, okay? Thank you. Didn't realize I was muted. I was talking about how, like, your points on Drakengard 1 and 3 not really fitting like the mainstream now. And I agree. It would have to be made more in the likeness of like what they did with Automata and Replicant remake. But honestly, they could still stick with the Warriors formula and how it's presented today, and it would still be pretty fun and playable. Because I mean, you can't like totally change the whole game out of that like hack and slash, I guess, vibe. So like I think the core gameplay of the game would still feel dated because you don't really get a lot of games that are like that these days outside of the Warriors franchise. And those games themselves find themselves fitting into a niche anyway, where it's like fans of those types of games buy those types of games, but everybody else doesn't really like subscribe to them that much, which is fine. I think they're still fun for what they are, but you know, it's not like they're not like mainstream anymore. So that game would probably still struggle, even if it was remade today. But from a purely selfish standpoint, I think that a lot of us fans of Yoko Taro's work would still just love to have that because it would be awesome to re-experience it in a modern way, and see what, if any, improvements that they could place upon it.
Here's your toad oil.
Great. And here's your fee.
Cool.
This is the key to my seasickness medicine. I just know it.
I think you're full of it, man. That, or he's just like super ignorant. He actually might just be super ignorant, because I'm thinking about his reaction to the mandrake leaf now. It did not seem like he was prepared for that effect. Thank all of you for the heads up about me being muted, by the way. I appreciate that. Test 7, how are you doing tonight? Welcome to the fence. Goki, what's up, man? Welcome back home. Good to see you tonight. Yeah, it's awesome to see you. Welcome on in. Happy Saturday to you. Good, Test. I'm glad to hear that. Are you a big fan of the Nier franchise as well? I think that the sand from those sand fountains in the desert will cure his seasickness.
Hey there. Any luck with the new medicine?
And he'll ask us to bring an entire fountain to him.
Not quite. It seems this time I've somehow concocted a potent sleep prevention drug. With this, you could stay awake for a week straight. I call it Sleep Be Gone.
Sleep Be Gone. Stay woke, fam.
Maybe you should quit this
Drink
silly
toad oil.
thing and become an apothecary.
It's a great idea.
No, that's not a bad idea. All right then. From now on, I'm out of the trading business and opening a pharmacy.
We made a really convincing argument, apparently. Oh man. Just Automata so far. Dude, awesome. Awesome. I love Automata. That is such a great game. What did you think of it?
Right. Well, good luck with that.
All right. Hart said earlier that I feel like they could let Drakengard 3 slide since it's super tame compared to 1. You could just give it the Replicant remaster treatment and it'd be good to go. Yeah, that game would totally pass today. And that game is so awesome. When we were playing it last year, Jin and I were not expecting it to be as hilarious as it was. Like, sure, it's super violent and it's got some heavy themes to it. But most of it is just like over-the-top zaniness, and man, it's a good time. There are some things that make me uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong. Like some of the things the characters got going on are a bit unnerving at times, but it's very tame compared to Drakengard 1. You're right. What a great game that was, though. Had a really good time with it. The only thing I don't like about it is how you have to unlock the final ending, which is a thing that always bothered bleh, that always bothered me about Drakengard was that they always have the inevitable find every weapon requirement. And I'm like, oh my god, why? Why do you want me to do this?
That man certainly has a gift for odd medications.
Yep.
Imagine a drug that lets you forego sleep for an entire week. Might you care to try it?
I'll pass, thanks.
Yeah, man. We don't need no cocaine addict protagonist, okay? That'd be bad. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. The frame rate in Drakengard 3 was so bad. It reminded me of the frame rate issues in Shadow of the Colossus, where like that game had so much awesome stuff going on when it first came out. But I remember I didn't really understand what frame rate was when the game came out. And so I thought that the game was designed just to have all these like wild slow-mo moments. And then whenever I played it on the PS3 versions, and then again on the remake that Bluepoint did on the PS4, I was like, holy crap, what a different experience. Like, just hardware limitations, man. It really has tremendous impact on games. But yeah, Drakengard 3's frame rate dipped all the time. I think it was trying to do a lot on screen that it just wasn't capable of doing with the hardware. I like that they still tried to do it though, because it made for some pretty neat like set pieces. Went on some errands, came back to see you're still alive. Yeah, here I am, Silia. Welcome back, buddy. Hold on, I'll say what I'm gonna say in just a moment. Okay. Gotta get rice. We've gotta get, what was the other thing? Oh, right, the giant catfish. Then we gotta catch blue marlin. I think actually the blue marlin is here, right, Jen? The way that like Nier's looking at this woman just reminded me of like the meme, like where the guy's walking with his girlfriend and the girl walks by and he's like looking over his shoulder at her. That was funny. Nier's got the hots for grandma. All right, I'm gonna try to catch this marlin. Oh, what the heck did the marlin want? What does it require? You know what? Forget it.
I'm gonna give it my all this time.
Oh, sardines? Okay, never mind.
Have you been holding
Not forget
back?
it.
No, I always give it my all.
Here we go.
Shh. You are scaring them away.
Oh, it's funny. I was gonna say forget it because I really do want to go to the Aerie. But I've got 2 sardines. I can make this happen. Oh. Don't lose it. This is another one of those fish that you have to pull the line back at the first dip of the bobber instead of waiting for the third. Very tricky. So the blue marlin does that and the sandfish does that. Come here, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come to fence. Oh. Got it. God, thing's huge. Oh my gosh. The heaviest themes from Drakengard 3 are all in the side material. Boy, I am thinking about the side material. Are you talking about like the stuff that was in the polymorphic content, like the novellas and stuff? Those of you guys who are just coming in, if you're enjoying the show, awesome. I'd like to present to you a question of the day, which we have a new one every single day that we're live on Fence TV. So come back and by and see what we're talking about from time to time. Today I'm asking everybody if you could go back in time 5 years and give yourself one piece of advice, what would that advice be? Feel free to share your thoughts. Goki has a response to the question of the day saying, if I could go back in time, the piece of advice I would give myself is that no matter how hard it gets, it will get better. Those are words that I needed to hear more because I've been at rock bottom, and no matter how long it stays like that, it got better. Amazing, man. Excellent advice to give yourself, and something that I think is applicable to so many of our lives. How many of us in the chat have been at a point where we felt like, this is terrible, life is just awful, and I want to give up? I think that most of us probably could raise our hand here. I've been there several times, but it gets better. And Goki, you clearly learned this through experience, and I'm glad that you can see that too, and that you realize that things do get better even when they're really hard. Thanks for sharing, man. That's a good response. Remember, everybody, it always gets better. It can always get better. Even if it's not better in the way that we would necessarily want it to be, it does get better. Invest in more Tesla is what Test would tell themselves. Oh man, you'd be rolling in it now, wouldn't you? I should have picked up on Tesla whenever it was new. Yeah, we'd all be in better shape if we did that one. No! My sardine! No, now I have to go buy one. How could this happen? How could this happen to me and only me? Give me fish. Didn't even want to do this originally, but now I'm invested. I have to catch the fish. Yeah, Jin, I remember watching you do that, actually. You were getting so pissed. Like, why would the marlin pop up? God. Oh, crap. Oh, we didn't lose the bait, though. Fantastic. Heal Everheart answers the question of the day, saying, I'd tell myself to put yourself out there more and to take more risks instead of shying away from opportunities due to fear of failure. Hey, that's excellent advice as well. Yeah, I'd totally support that. It sounds to me like there's some stuff that you went through in your past where, you know, you had some opportunities, but you were afraid of failing if you took those opportunities, and so you didn't allow yourself to. Is that right? Man, I can relate with that too. I've been there. I think a lot of us experience something like that. We just think that we're not capable of something. We think that we're not qualified for something for some reason, and because of that, we just we sell ourselves short. So those of you guys who don't know, I'm a certified peer support specialist. I work in mental health, and so a lot of my time is spent supporting people and kind of walking beside those who are dealing with challenges and trying to set goals for themselves to recover and stuff like that. And so, you know, through that, I've learned a lot about this type of stuff. And actually, one of the things that I learned more recently, whoa, almost lost the fish. One of the things that I learned more recently that just I think I'd heard stuff about this before, and I lived experiences that taught me this lesson before, but it just didn't stick until someone told it to me in this way. And that lesson was, don't say no to yourself before you give someone else the chance to. And we don't get what we deserve, we get what we negotiate. Those two things work hand in hand together, I think. And basically what it means to me is that, you know, if we desire something, if we want something, we owe it to ourselves to give ourselves a shot. If we think that we're not capable of doing something, we should still give it a try, because we might prove ourselves wrong. And a lot of times we can prove ourselves wrong. And furthermore, I think that there are plenty of times where we kind of assess the situation. Like, our brains are super smart, right? They will do risk management constantly, and they're constantly looking at things to be like, okay, here's our pros and cons list. Here's reasons why a favorable outcome might happen and why a less than favorable outcome might happen. And if the cons outweigh the pros, or we see that a less than favorable outcome is more probable than a favorable one, a lot of times we're like, well, we should just not even give that a try. We should not even put ourselves out there. It's going to set us up to get hurt, and we don't want to go through that. Let's invest our time doing something else. Or worse, let's not do anything at all. And honestly, the evolutionary mechanism behind that is brilliant. It's kept us alive and brought us to this moment here in our history. But when it comes to societal living and the way that challenges present themselves in the modern world, I think it's really detrimental to us. We have to like learn to work past that in order to give ourselves the opportunities that we deserve, you know? We have to negotiate more. We have to put ourselves in a position where someone else can tell us no, instead of just telling ourselves no for that person, you know? Kind of skip the hassle of it and just get to the no now, so that we don't have to deal with feeling the rejection of someone else telling us no, because that's painful, right? It hurts to hear people reject us or be rejected. But like Hart's saying, like, we don't want to let that fear of failure overtake our lives and prevent us from living life the way that we deserve to live it, the way that we want to live it. It's okay to take risks. And I think it's really difficult to see that until we go through enough setbacks and we take enough risks to realize that, oh, the world doesn't just self-destruct whenever things don't go right, or the world doesn't melt whenever we face setbacks or failures. You know, we can just try again, or try something else. You know, life goes on. It seems simple. Life goes on, you know, as a principle. But we get so worried about it, you know? Find ourselves in lots of situations where we feel like life won't continue to go on. Understandable. Yeah. Me too, Jen. Me too. I'm a classic overthinker here. Like, all the time. Heel Over Heart continues to say, you end up finally trying that thing you put off for so long, and you can end up being really, really good at it. Yeah. Isn't that awesome? You give yourself a chance, and then you give yourself an opportunity to see what you're made of, instead of just focusing on predicting how you think it might come out. Sometimes experience is the best way to learn something. And when we predict outcomes, well, rather, when we spend a lot of time predicting outcomes, we kind of trick ourselves into thinking that we've already been there. Or sometimes we have been there, and because of one outcome that happened in the last time that we had been in that situation, we think that, oh, all situations will turn out that way. But we want to give ourselves more opportunities to see what else can happen. And that's hard depending on what the subject is, what the context of the thing that you're trying to put yourself out there for is. It's not all the same, but it still is worth it to give yourself more opportunities to see what else can happen. With few exceptions. There's always an exception, right?
Well, I'll be. Never thought I'd see the day. Well done, Master Fisherman. Seems I've but one technique left to teach you.
Is it how to kill a man?
Well, I taught you everything I know, but that don't mean you can stop learning. It's a big world out there, with fish the likes of which no man has ever seen.
I can catch every fish known to man, merman, and birdman.
You know, I reckon you might just have what it takes to catch the fish. The Hyenaria.
The fish. The Hyenaria?
The Hyenaria?
No man has ever hooked a Hyenaria and lived to tell the tale. If you can do it, then you're a fisherman beyond even my own skill.
Well, I am definitely a fisherman beyond even your own skill. I don't know why I couldn't push this man over earlier, though. You have the strength of like 1,000 bulls? What the heck? Okay. So, with that, I think the Hyneria is, let me think. I'm trying to rack my brain here. Is it in the desert? Is that where we catch the Hyneria? I have no idea what bait we use. I'm not going to do it right now anyway, but I think that's where it is. Okay, and then giant catfish and rice. Can't remember where to catch the giant catfish. Oh, wait. This would be one of the few times where using the fast travel would actually be pretty efficient. The sardine? The sardine catches the Hyneria? What's the deal with the sardines, man? It's like late game fish catcher over here. The sardine is a powerful fish indeed.
I'm so excited! I asked the postman to pick up these collectible stamps from different regions for me during his run. Oh, but if the wife finds out, that's the end of me and the stamps. So, keep that under your lid, okay?
What? Does your wife have something against stamps?
Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
How dare they create such a lovable NPC? Oh, man. Okay. Northern Plains. Giant catfish is the eastern road using carp. Oh, okay. I will keep that in mind. Take him up to the moon. Maybe he can start that colony early. Ron Burgundy? We should definitely put him up on the moon. If he was up there on the moon, humanity... Oh, I'm not gonna say the thing I was gonna say. They would go very far. Nier Automata fans, remember when the first twist of Nier Automata, when you saw that and you thought, oh, that's the main twist of Nier Automata. Oh, it sure ain't. What a brilliant game. That game was just mind-blowing at every turn. All right. Where are we going, fam? We're going to the Aerie. Do you want to put Will Ferrell up on the moon? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I do. That man could only be funnier up in space. Oh yeah, wasn't I supposed to go to Popola and have her like decode some map? I'll have to do that later. Hopefully I don't forget. All right. Into the Aerie we go. Where are the bats at? I missed the bats. Bum. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. 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 All I want on the moon is a giant picture of a butt. What? Oh, I get it. Because it would be mooning you then. Oh! Oh, man. We're on fire with the puns tonight. I knew it. I got it. Tell that one to the red bag man too. Help save his marriage. Oh boy. Too much. My brain's rotting. Money's turning into a zombie before our eyes. It's okay, when you become a zombie, just remember that we're friends and don't eat my brain, okay?
Everyone will perish. Everyone.
What are you talking about?
I'm too scared to trust anyone.
Okay.
You. I know you.
That one freaks me out, dude. I don't know. Wait. Get him, keepers. Wait, was that? Oh, I thought I could open that box. Okay. Nope. Let's go see what's going on with all these people. Why are you all so lively all of a sudden?
Welcome. We've got some new items in stock today.
Okie dokie. We can buy eggplants from you. I think I could also buy those eggplants in the village, so... Big whoop!
Come back soon, all right?
I ain't never coming back.
Make sure you stock up on necessities before heading out to hunt.
There's a weapon you can buy here?
Come back anytime.
Why not fill your garden with flowers?
Oh yeah, I do need to buy flowers from this person. All right, bounty fertilizer. I'm just gonna set myself up for the future here. We're gonna get to 20 of all of these. I don't think I'm gonna need nearly that many, but you never know. Sometimes RNG is mean. I have so much money.
I hope you grow some real buttes.
Maybe it's just because I never did the side quest, so they all appeared here. Is that how it works? The weapons appear in the weapon shop if you didn't earn them through side quests?
My weapons may not be the latest and greatest, but my selection can't be beat.
There are no items you can buy.
Thanks.
Well, that makes sense. Okay, I don't know that there's anything else we need to do before we start this next section.
Man, I was so tired of hauling up indoors.
Is that?
Man, I was so tired of hauling up indoors.
Hold on. Hold on. I know this voice.
Man, I was so tired of hauling up indoors.
Why can't I think of his name right now? I know who he is. Frickin' Troy Baker. That's who this man's voice is.
Man, I was so tired of hauling up indoors.
That's funny. Why'd they give him random NPC voice? If you never do the dream puzzle when you first arrive at that tree, the weapon the mayor gives you appears at that guy's shop. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You know, there was a weapon that we bought at I think, a weapon shop in Seafront that I think we could get from a quest as well. And, like, I bought it before I did the quest. Mashi was pointing out one time, like, you're supposed to get a weapon from this quest. And he was like, maybe it's because you already bought it or something.
I'd almost forgotten what the breeze felt like.
Okay, well, wait a minute here. Aren't we supposed to, we need to go talk to the mayor or something? Alright, let's go do that. Thoughts and opinions, chat. What is your take on the music in this place? Okay, and this is... Do we need to go up one more? Yeah. Right, Panda? Man, I was so tired of holding up indoors. Had to be Troy Baker. Sounds like Final Fantasy XIV trial music. Man, I wish I could weigh in on that. Or, like, you're talking about, like, a specific kind of trial music? Though now that I think of it, I don't think I've done any major trials.
It's over.
Aside from, like, the story ones.
For us and for you.
The ASEAN ones. Okay. Or just whenever an ASEAN appears. That... Okay, I can agree with that.
The Shades attacked again last night.
Man, so, okay, there's some people out. But it seems like most everybody is still in their home. It's very bizarre. What's that? What's that? It's shiny. I want it. Hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Stay away! Get back!
What will become of this village?
I mean, looks like you guys are gonna become a trade town. Things could only be looking up for you. You should come out. Have a party.
Shut up! Shut up!
Fine. It's just an idea. Jeez, you don't have to yell at me.
There's no point in living anymore.
Oh, now, don't say that. You're just having a bad day. It'll get better. Okay? Goki told us. It gets better.
If you're not a shade, then prove it!
I have skin. Does that work?
If you're not a shade, then prove it!
Interesting bit of dialogue, though. Where, like... Are they, like, worried about people turning into shades? But, like, do they think that everyone's gonna, like, undergo the Kaine effect or something? Okay.
This village is finished.
No.
I'm scared. Make it stop.
I really wish we had more context on, like, what the hell is or has been happening to the people of this village. Oh wow, Emil. You know, you should just go do all of the diplomacy. You can just fly everywhere and get there so much faster than I could. Using cheat
hello?
codes.
We're here from Popola's village.
It's all over.
Him too.
We came to ask about the letter you sent.
Our days are numbered. Our village is doomed.
What the hell?
As cheerful as ever, it seems.
You're the one who wrote the letter, right?
I don't know about any letter.
What the hell is going on here?
It may be faster for us to take our inquiries elsewhere. Let us ask around. Someone must know something.
Maybe all these weird people over at the market. Now, I know that they're normal. Like, they're not doing anything strange, but that whole happening down there is very strange for this village. I mean, it's full of people like this.
It's over. For us. And for you.
That ain't normal for them down there. All right, let's see what the deal is. Go get my sister, Emil, since you can fly. Just fly after the Shadow Lord.
Man, I was so tired of holding up indoors.
So I've heard.
Huh? A letter? I don't know anything about a letter.
A sweater? Oh,
Sweater.
a letter. No, sorry. Don't know about that.
Thanks for nothing, bargain bin Bill Clinton.
A letter? Sorry, I can't help you.
Okay. Oh, duh. Gotta be this guy.
A letter, huh? Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
So, you know about the letter?
Maybe I don't. I'm not sure.
Which is it, man?
And if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
You could say that.
Ah, I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
Indeed. Our aim is to defeat every last one.
Every last one? Everyone?
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Beware, this man is a shade.
Damn it, it's a trap!
What the hell?
I figured as much.
Oh, the music! Oh, damn.
Possessed somehow.
Keep your guard up. Others are surely lurking nearby.
Straight up just
You
turned
guys
into
sure taking
shades.
your goddamn time.
Wait, what?
1,000 apologies. We were distracted by the local welcoming party.
I want to fight you guys.
Want some help?
Wait, what's happened to that dude?
Villagers are possessed.
But no! Some are still human, so be careful.
Oh, he just died. I think I was expecting him to like transform or something. That's okay. We're bad people. We're the bad guys. Why didn't they transform? Why were they attacking us? I'm so confused. And then we got more.
Blame you for all of this.
What? Whoa, look, they're at the front doors of everybody's house. Why were they at the front door of everyone's house?
Put down that weapon, please. I beg of you.
Whoa. Why are they just sitting here? Like, you should run, lady.
I can't tell who's human anymore.
Oh.
Why did you even come here?
You sent me a letter. I'm sorry. Dude, where did all these shades come from? Azar.
He's a shade. My husband's a shade.
Your husband's a shade? What happened here that just like triggered all these shades to appear? Did like a whole bunch of people just transform or something? you good, man? All right, just hang tight.
Ow, Bob, that hurts. What are you doing?
Wait. What if the guard that was down, like the guards that were down there attacking us? What if they're like possessed by the shades and they were just sort of like taking over them? And that's what just happened with like that kid's mom. Where the kid's mom started like attacking him. What is she doing?
No way! I'm not going to abandon my own sister!
Kaine, what's going on?
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
She was a shade. Why would she be caring about this kid?
No! You people are the monsters here!
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is! She's my sister, and I love her.
Oh no. Oh!
Kaine!
Damn.
Stop it! Don't hurt my sister!
Oh, she went down like a sack of potatoes.
These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
Kaine!
Oh my god.
Kill them now!
There's so many.
No! You've got to stop this! We're trying to save you from the shades! Please, you have to stop!
Dude, dude, there's so many.
Kaine! Kaine, get up! Hurry!
Oh my god.
Stop this at once!
Leave us in peace!
I can't tell who's talking anymore. Is it the shades or the villagers? The shades are the villagers. Oh, what's happening over there? The shades are the villagers. Isn't that right, Mr. Clinton? You know?
Villagers are under attack over there.
Oh my god. Well, so then they're attacking each other. Maybe that doesn't make so much sense.
This village's history.
No, you don't think you can recover from this? Just a small shade uprising, that's all. Like, they'll be fine.
Go away! I can't deal with this! Just leave me alone!
Okay. Get up, Kaine.
Damn it, Kaine! You gotta get up! Emil, watch Kaine. I'll go clean up over there.
All right.
Okay,
Help me! Help me, please!
down below. Yes. Just a small uprising of shades with the gate of hell opening. No worries. Everyone's gonna be fine.
Everything was fine until you showed up.
What could those black swirls be?
Yo, mama. Heard me, Weiss. It's your mother. It's the ink that's on the page. That's a big one. Oh! So wait a minute, Mr. Guardman's alive. I thought he was the one that turned into the shade. Gotta be a different Guardman. Ow.
Oh God, help us! Help us, please! We are shades!
I'm so confused. Who is or isn't a shade? Oh, Oh my god. Whoops. Ah. Alright, big shade down.
What's happening?
Oh my gosh. Are those like little, like, what's with the fairy lights that are around this thing? What was that? Oh my god.
By my pages. Is this beast a shade as well?
He's massive.
Sucked up the villagers.
No! If we keep this up, we're gonna kill them all! We can't let that happen!
Oh my god! He's like the things that are at the end of Nier Automata. It's like a collective consciousness.
I feel something from within the creature.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Okay, got my lance. Oh. Oh, we can dodge that, no problem.
Is this the combined power of all those shades?
It will take more than a barrage of magic to stop us. The first to waver is the first to die. I sense magic coming from the center of that eye.
Get it! Oh, okay, can't get it. Actually, if we're gonna use magic, we should probably use, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Beastbane.
Wait! I think those are actual people!
Hold nothing back. Those are shades.
Man. So we got a, whoops. Conflict of interest here.
Tentacles appear to deflect magic.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Such speed!
Oh my gosh. Alright. You gotta stop summoning shades, man.
Now, focus your magic on the beast's center.
Oh, now focus my magic on it? Okay. There it is. Dude, Weiss is so strong. That's ridiculous. Oh my god, never mind. Look at Emil. He's the real MVP. Oh no.
Look out! Something's
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is everyone firing lasers?
This weak point is located around
No.
the back. Try attacking it from above.
Above? Okay.
I'll try to pin it down!
Going.
Emil!
Oh. Our boy.
Emil!
Oh,
It's so epic.
we're busy!
Wait, no, it's so
should
cool.
be able to attack! From behind!
Well, I'm just gonna...
Go around and get it! Please, hurry!
Emil can handle this. We must
Why is there not a
circle
photo
behind
mode in
the
this
creature
game? It's ridiculous. Oh my god, it's so awesome. Okay. This game needs a photo mode. Petition for photo mode. That's so cool. All right, we gotta stop this thing. And he's still just taking a nap. Hey, hey, you want to help? Okay, we got this.
Move closer. You cannot harm it from below.
It's important, Money. It's important.
Are you there yet?
Here. I'm gonna do it. Oh, I gotta be up there.
Move closer. You cannot harm it from below.
My bad, I'm sorry. Hello. Bye-bye. Like, Emil, he's super strong, clearly. He can hold his own. I'm no longer worried about
You must strike it
our
in the
skeleton
eye.
boy. No, no. Oh, oh. Oh. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him. Here we go. Dude.
Did we get it?
There we go.
It is escaping to the inner level.
I'm coming. Gotta catch my breath.
Man, poor Emil.
Careful, Emil. Won't help anyone if we lose you here.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna finish him here.
Damn it! We beat the hell out of that thing. How can it still move?
Its combined powers are beyond even my greatest suspicion.
What's he gonna do next? Dude, seriously, what's up with the fairies? Ah! These shades are like... They just go down in one hit. Okay, maybe 2 hits. But still, that's like... It's pretty weak, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. No, you're supposed to have no health. You can't just do that. Emil, help! What does it want from me? Can you guys hear like all the weird like chittering voices? It's so eerie.
Come on! Help me take it out!
I'm on it.
What the hell is this thing? Oh, the scream. Whoa! New medication cycle. What? White chlorination. Hmm.
Emil. Emil, wait.
Oh, oh no.
Emil! He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Oh man. Oh! Yeah, town's gone. Holy crap. Super gone. Oh no. Oh. The area's not nice. It probably won't exist forever. My title was wrong. Oh.
What have I done? I killed innocent people. I killed them all.
But you saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you.
How did you guys survive that?
But
It's all right. Really. Don't look back.
Jesus. Just wiped right off the map. Sacrifice key fragment. Get out of here. That is wild.
We had best be off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Holy hell. It's like ground zero. Jeez, man. Seriously, how on earth did Nier and Kaine survive that? How does it destroy this whole place? And they walk out of it. Like, seriously. It's like the northern crater over here. You just drop Genova right down there. That's what we got. There's no way. Oh my gosh. They built different, man. Oh. Seriously. Built majorly different. Wow. Maybe that old building with the scaffolding has to do with it. Plot armor. Dude. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, what's the deal with that? It made it out relatively okay. I have never even noticed that before. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. It looks like there's a stone structure behind it, like in the face of that cliff. Weird. Okay. Oh, god dang, man. Ah. I need a minute. I need a minute. That part must be made of vibranium. Oh, holy crap. So I think I'm gonna put a pause on it there. I don't think that building's an automaton. I'm pretty sure it's not. No. Wait, Miles knows more than you? Why does that come up? Is there really something significant about that building? I mean, from my perspective, I just never noticed that building before. Wow. Wait a sec, where's our main quest here? Those are just side quests. Notes. Oh, there's the fragments. Okay. So we got the memory tree, sacrifice, the law of robotics, and the stone guardian. Wait, really? We got that many already? So now we're just missing the loyal Cerberus. Okay. Where would the loyal Cerberus be? I don't remember anything like that. Probably just there to be there, but I'm overthinking it. Maybe. Maybe you're overthinking it, but maybe not. I don't know. You never know. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. There's still so much more to this game. Remember, we're only in Route A. Like, there's a whole lot of other stuff going on. But for more gameplay, we're gonna have to wait until next stream. I am going to set us up to start wrapping up there. And I will be live again on Tuesday. Wow. I'm glad that I was kind of thinking about like stopping just before we went and did the Aerie, but I'm glad we went and did the Aerie because that was pretty climactic. Dude, Emil just like exploded. Like, what the heck? What happened there, man? He really was the ultimate weapon. It made him like a living nuclear bomb. Like, he could probably do that more than once, right? This poor kid. This poor man who has lived for hundreds of years already as a small boy. What if he's done something like that before? No, he couldn't have, because he just awakened to his power after the events of this game and meeting Nier and Kaine and everybody, so never mind that. But geez. Test, man, it was great having you here. It's great having you here. Feel free to come back on by sometime. Have a wonderful rest of your night if you're taking off. Wow. Oh. What do you guys think of that, chat? What'd you think of all that? What was the deal with the villagers? Like, we had some villagers that were like normal people, and then we had some villagers that seemed like maybe they were possessed with shades, and then like the villagers like, no, don't kill my sister, but she's a shade, but I don't care if she's a shade, she's my sister. Like, they acknowledge that they're shades, and they just like deal with it. They're usually really weird and like hiding in their house. Is that why they were hiding in their house? Like, because they knew that some people were shades and some people weren't, and they were like afraid to get killed by the shade people or something? And then that dude that turned into the shade that we talked to about the letter, that like he got super triggered when we were just like, yeah, we're gonna hunt down and kill every last shade. Which, since he was a shade, he's like, oh, that's shade genocide, you know? But then he was masquerading as a person and had wherewithal and intelligence enough to like speak language and what? That's wild. All very interesting. I'm sure that more will be revealed and explained in the future as we continue playing this game. I'm excited to hear about it and see it. But that was a lot. That was a lot of crazy stuff. Well, let's see what's going on with other people here on Twitch. Which one of our buddies are live? What are people doing? Saturday kind of a slow night for our community. I usually see more folks on. Well, oh, Moz is on. We're gonna raid Moz, everybody. Y'all know Moz, right? Maybe not. Very nice person. He's a wonderful human being. He's got such a big heart. He's so kind and compassionate to people. He is hilarious on stream. And he can talk about anything under the sun. And usually he's talking about video games and like his dogs and you know what's going on in people's lives, but he's just like a super nice guy. He can get really deep with it too and talk about, you know, similar stuff to kind of what we talk about here sometimes. It's pretty interesting. Very diverse guy. We got to meet him when we went to meet with Magic Zenith's community, look, about 2 years ago now. He loves corgis, and now he has a corgi, actually. So why don't we go in there and show him some love and support, and ask him about his corgi. He'll be pretty excited to talk about him, I'm sure. So we're gonna get ready for that. And while we prep for that, I want to tell you guys, thank you so much for being here today. We just got to enjoy some good games and stuff, and explore a universe that somebody else got to create for us to experience, and that was awesome. But I really appreciate and value the conversation that we had beforehand and during. Thank you all so much for coming here and sharing your story and being part of ours. If you enjoy the conversation and you're new, feel free to hang out with us in the future. We'd love to get to know you a little bit better and reconnect. In between streams, you can find us over on Discord. Also, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram are where I announce when I'm going live next. Also, if there's any schedule changes, I post on those places so that you can stay in the loop and in the know and know when we're coming back. Like I said, I will be back on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, so I hope to see you all there. But yeah, man, this was a good day today. Thank you all for being such amazing people and letting me be part of your lives. It's truly, truly rewarding. If you're going through a challenging time, please feel free to pop into Discord and share your story with us in the peer-to-peer section. It's a channel specifically for people to share about what they're going through and to receive support from other people who are on equal footing just like yourselves. We're more than happy to hear what's going on and walk you through it as best as we can. Until I see you next time, guys, I hope you keep your heads up and your hearts strong and just be well. Be good to each other. Be good to yourselves. And know that you're loved. All right? All right, let's go raid this guy. We're gonna have a good time. Take care, everybody. Have a wonderful night and happy Halloween.